Then I stole your car. Redo. Oops. I don't know if that even connected. That was from days ago. Dun, 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 dun. Technical difficulties. Bro. Okay, stuff just doesn't work tonight. But should be connected. They should be. Try one more time, and then I'd quit. Okay. Never mind. We are connected. Okay, that was spoopy. That was spoopy. We pull us out of purgatory. Yes. Good evening, Club Cult. Cheers to all you wonderful humans. There are so many raccoons on Critter Vision's stream right now. Look at these fucking raccoons. There's a horde of them. They look like they're plotting something. They're really fucking cute though. Look at them, they're adorable. Little smushies. I think I read somewhere that now is their mating season, so we're gonna see a bunch of fat raccoons. All the fat raccoons. I just gotta keep the fat raccoons from eating my outdoor friends' food. Trash pandas always look like they're plotting something. That's true. They do. I think it's their makeup. That's why people might think the same thing about me. Looks like I know things when I don't. It's the darkness around the eyes. It's the eyeliner. Raccoon mating season generally occurs from January to March with peak activity in February. During this time, males travel long distances to find mates, and females often seek out quiet, warm, and secure locations like attics, chimneys, or crawl spaces to prepare for the arrival of their kits. Whoa! I have big information to share, everybody. Diabolical. Male raccoons are called boars. So what do they do in the South? What do they call them in the South when there's actual wild boars? And the females are sows. How do the southern people deal with this? Are there raccoons in the south? I think raccoons are everywhere all over the US. I don't know about the rest of the world. Baby trash pandas are so cute. Was it around tank time or watching for Void Watch, that we saw little baby raccoons? I think it was a litter of 3, maybe 4. They're the cutest little puffles. I got really close to a baby bunny, or not a baby bunny, but my small little big head bunny friend. I got really close to him earlier, and all I could think was, you look like PB. This is PB. Welcome, Tommy. How are you doing tonight? Welcome, welcome, Club Cult. Hope everyone's had a marvelous week so far. Baby skunks are so fucking cute, too. And their stinkers haven't developed. Their pouches for smells. I don't know until what age, but when they're baby, they can't stink. They're really cute. They call them pig bandits instead of trash pandas. Is that true? Or are you just assuming? Is that the truth? Aw, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know for sure. Definitely by Friday, but tomorrow I should be able to pick him up. So that's gonna make it real. And that's gonna be hard. But thank you. I appreciate it. House is not the same without him. It's weird. I think it was Monday maybe? No, Monday. I had to leave the house for the first time since, and it was jarring to come back home to him not there. Like that cemented a certain sense of realness. Maybe it was Tuesday, I don't know, but it was weird. The pig bandits! Broadcasting your will to the southern states. Call them pig bandits from now on. Oh my god. That would be cute. Oh, thank you. I'd like to think I gave him the greatest of a life. My vet said something similar. And he's like, you gave this dog a chance, and you gave him a home, and most everyone else would have given up on him, and indeed, they did. And that made me cry even harder. But it's not untrue. I'm grateful. He's the longest pit bull I've ever had. I had Loki for 4 years. I had Snoop for 2 years. I had Baka for about 2.5 years, I think. Chauncey was here for 6. He gave me 6 years of his life. I told him, thank you for your service. He gave me 6 good years. It is indeed the worst, however. The worst part, more than even my feelings, is Pippi is lost. Like, he became... I jokingly noticed it, but now I seriously realize it. That he was definitely her, like, seeing eye dog. She doesn't know where to go without him. It's very bizarre. She's being so... Well, it's not bizarre, it's normal, but she's being so clingy, and I feel so bad. I feel bad for me, but I feel worse for her. He's a good boy. I gotta figure out how to memorialize him into a tattoo. I'm thinking of doing something of him and Baka combined. I don't know what, though, because I already have Snoop's paw. And, like, if I keep having big dogs, and if I just put paws all over my body, at some point, I'll just be covered in paw prints. So I don't really know what to do for that. But in some way. In some way. I know, that was so awful. I remember Pearly got really, really, really down bad after Indy. And I'm sure that was so hard to watch, and I feel for you so much. Gonna run out of real estate fast with tattoos. I just have to get fat, then there's more skin. More skin and more safe. More space. Should go get tattoos together, Tommy. It'd be cathartic. Find a good tattoo artist somewhere in the middle. Although that would probably be Indiana. And I don't trust Indiana. Let them eat cake and get more tattoos. But really, like, PB looks like a bunny rabbit. No, that one doesn't have a fat enough head. I think it was extra so because this one has like a head that's way too big for its body. Like a baby peewee. Oh, I remember you did do that. That would be incredible to do. Maybe I will travel and do something similar. I wouldn't trust just anyone to do that because it's like a biohazard thing of sorts. I will think about it, and I may reach out to you via DM if that's okay to figure out who the artist is, if you would be comfortable sharing. I love Kai so much. I want to live vicariously through him. I want to come back when I die and be Kai. I want to morph into him. He's such a good boy, and he's so lucky to have you. He has such a good life with you. He beat all of the odds with you. He could have been in such a different circumstance and such a different way in life, and you truly gave him the foundation and the steps to be the healthiest, happiest dog he could ever be. How are his legs doing? Is he zooming around good? Probably not so much since there's been snow. Does he like the snow? Serena with 10,000 questions. It's under the radar. Under the radar. I kind of wondered about that too, if it's like something that's regulated or not. Probably no. But creative freedom. It's incredible thinking about the pictures you posted of like the state that he was in when you first rescued him, or when he first came to you. And seeing him now, like just thriving, as if he never had a bad day in his life. That's really what he looks like. He looks like he's never had a bad day in his life. And I feel like that's such a win with any animal. That's the pride of rescue that feeds my soul. Should I try to have my phone on the charger a little bit? It wants to die. Burp. You saved him. He was doing so rough. My vet was telling me about a client of his who passed away, and there's 2 mini pits. Which, I don't even know what a mini pit is. I just know I like dogs. Probably gonna see a bunch of, like, period ones, so mind my grumpy face in a minute. But he gave my info to the wife who lost her husband, and if she doesn't find a home for them, she's gonna reach out to me, and we might have 2 more buppers. I'm not ready yet, but if they need a home, then they need a home. I wasn't ready to say goodbye, and they weren't ready to say goodbye, so I feel like it works out that way. Otherwise, I'll wait till I'm ready, and I'm gonna take Pippi to Chicago Animal Care and Control, like we always do, and I'm gonna let her pick out a cute old man friend. I want to adopt another senior, which is counterproductive because seniors mean you say goodbye faster, but seniors are also less likely to get adopted. Probably mostly for that reason. Health issues, and you don't want to, have just a couple of happy years and then say goodbye, but I love old men. And get her a little sugar daddy to grow old with. Or maybe she'll be the sugar mommy, depending on what their age comparison is. His legs are doing great. He's only got one slightly shorter now from the shave down the hip. Call it Littlefoot. Aww. I would call it his strong arm. You're nicer than me. Kai was like the perfect accident. I think like a week before you brought him in, I remember us talking about that you weren't ready, you wouldn't be ready for a while. You were going to focus on like traveling for the next year and different things to keep your mind off of all of the grief. And then boom, Kai. And his life was changed forever, your life was changed forever, and it's so beautiful. Cheers to Kai. Give him a cookie for me, please. Pretty please. He loves the snow. Aww. He's a good boy. He's doing stairs now, too. Dude, you give him the best. I love that for him. Let Kai eat the cake, too. We can get fat together. I think he would love traveling. He's such a social butterfly. One of them is blue and one of them is brindle. They look funny. I feel like I'm gonna be judged if they look like that. That's cute. That's like pretty normal looking. This is intense though. That looks painful. Oh, little puppy. I love puppies, but I don't. I'd prefer to have a grown dog. Oh, their stance when they're little. They're so funny. Mom's babysitting. Aww. I bet he's so spoiled over there. He was so skinny. He was such a skinny boy, and now he's the most muscular man. It's such a glow up. He's a happy kid. I will never dock my dog's ears, but I do think they look cool, but I don't support it. I don't know where that ties into any moral standard. Like, it looks cool, but it should never be done. Makes them look all big and tough. But it's pointless. You can just put their ears inside out. And then they have, like, the little pointy-eared look. I used to do that with Chauncey and call him a big, scared, tough pit bull. He always reminded me of the first line, or one of the first lines from the movie Beethoven. When the girl with the big hair that's kind of like my hair tonight is in there, and she picks up Beethoven. And then Beethoven pisses on her. And then she turns at the pet store person and says, "Got any pit bulls?" That scene always made me think of Chauncey, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I was obsessed with the Beethoven movies when I was a kid. I wonder if that'll find it. This movie is like low-key traumatic to like actually have been obsessed with as a kid. Title sequence? Would that be it? Ba-da-doo. Ba-da-doo. Oh, I loved Wishbone too! Did you have the books? Wishbone was wonderful. I know, what was the other little dog? Shiloh. I loved Shiloh too. A Wishbone reboot would be so awesome. Floppy ears are cute. Floppy ears are so cute. I'm all about natural puppies and natural women. You get a gold star for that one. That's a real man right there. I am borrowing from our prior gold stars, but you earned it. Beethoven! I was gonna get scrubbed for my VOD and I don't care. He's so cute. So cute. He's so cute. He did the puppy. He did the little puppy. My godmother promised me that we would get a St. Bernard one day, and then she got golden retrievers. And I'm not mad about that. I love my sisters. But I feel slightly jilted. I want to watch Beethoven now too. End stream. Good night. I'll be in Discord in 5 with the Beethovens. I feel like that dog peed and everything on set. Probably. He deserved to. He's a baby. He can pee on whatever he wants. When I first met Pippi and she was given to me, she peed all over me. That's how I knew it was real love. Puppies are just puppies. They can't help it. They just got the tiny little bladders. I guess her hair isn't as big as I remember. I remember having like giant ass 80s hair. Oh yeah, it is kind of. It's more the side part situation though.
I got a junkyard. I need a big, mean, junkyard dog.
Need a big, mean, junkyard dog. That's what we got Ringo for. Ringo, I learned the other night, whether just by picking up from Chauncey or maybe he was taught it at the, like, trucker location that he was at, Ringo knows watch. If I say watch, he comes and runs to me and sits in front of me on the porch like a big watchdog, and he boof, boof. He doesn't know what he's boofing at, but he boofs. And if I point, then he boof, because he now has a big boy bark instead of just his little bitch golden retriever bark. I'm grateful for that. R. Kelly taught us that. You're not wrong. Oh my god.
I don't know, he's pretty sweet. Did you make any dog? Damn little beast.
Damn little beast. It's a mark of love.
Got any pit bulls?
Got any pit bulls? That's all I needed. That's all I needed. The other one is Brindle. None of these look mini. That one looks mini. I don't know if she meant like mini, like the not breed, the backyard breeder kind of breed, or if they're just small, like Chauncey was on the small side. He was the smallest pit I ever had. He didn't get over 60 pounds. He would get up to 59.4. That was the most he ever weighed. That was the most it was. The most. His bark is pretty big now. I'm glad. I was worried he was going to sound like a little bitch girl forever. Like, not actually worried, but I don't know. That's parents always worry about their kids not coming out right, you know? I didn't want him to have just this little girl bitch bark forever and get made fun of by the other dogs or the dog park. A brindle dog is a brindle dog is a brindle dog. Ringo's turning out to be brindle. He's not just sun-dyed, like turning brown on his sides. He has his black dorsal stripe and his head is all black. But once he goes shoulders down, he's slightly brindle. I'll have to take a good picture of him out in the sun. I have to show you guys. Where did I don't know how cats recognize each other, whether it's... I'm sure it has something to do with visuals slightly, but I think it's more smell than anything. However, and this picture is really dark, her and Chong, Void and Chong, are so in love. She just hangs out with him all the time, and he wants to be with her all the time. They're in love with each other. So Chong just accidentally is in love with Void. But I think Void enjoys Chong so much because he looks like Daisy. Like, maybe he thought that she just went on vacation for like a month and then came back and was big. I don't know. Oh my gosh. Kai's not a barker, but he whines. Oh, he says, "Where's my dad? Where's my dad? Give me my dad." He was in peeing on pee pads? Jesus. One, I mean, that's necessary sometimes, but Kai is a good boy. He could have done it, and that's stinky. I'm so proud of him, though, especially after 3 years old, to learn to go potty outside. That's fantastic. Did he figure it out right away? Or was it like a process of him learning? That is absolute madness. Like, I pull out the AstroTurf when it's really, really cold outside and have it in the kitchen, and even that is, like, a lot to keep sanitary and clean. I can't imagine having that going on every single day on pee pads. You pee enough on a pee pad, it doesn't even soak it all up. It just bubbles. It can't hold everything. It is madness due to your kitchen. Jesus Christ. Cats have pretty good eyesight. They do. You see. Yeah. You grew big and strong and a penis. He accidentally pooped twice inside it all almost a year. Oh my god. Kai is a king. Good boy. Good boy. He said, I'm sick of this pottying in the house stuff. Give me a damn yard, people. Do better. And Tommy said, okay, I oblige. It's just so cute to see them together. Daisy's getting big too. I have to show you guys. I was at my dad's house today because Daisy's infection from her bite didn't clear up. My dad called me and woke me up this morning. I haven't been woken up by my dad since I lived at home. And that was weird. But the gamba sounds went off on my phone, and I saw Dad, and I opened my eyes and slow blinked, and I took a deep breath, and I prepared for the worst, because why is my dad calling me at 8:30 in the morning? That's a little scary. But he was calling to let me know that Daisy wasn't doing better, and he wanted me to go with him to take her in today, or to call for an appointment. So we went in and we got her some antibiotics. But when we were giving her her pill, one of her teeth fell out. And he didn't want to keep it, so I kept it. I put it in my wallet. I'm going to grab it. It's so cute. It's such a tiny tooth. But I was giving her the pill, and my dad's just like, something came out of her mouth, and then threw it off to the side. I'm like, well, what is it? Like, if something came out of her mouth, we should know what it is. And it was a tooth! I forgot the kitten's teeth. Like, genuinely. I messaged Stripes and Nibbler's adopter earlier, and I'm like, just so you know, Daisy lost a tooth today, and the babies are going to be teething. Came pre-installed with dog software. Not all of them are. You're a lucky one. He was just using it wrong. Your dad calls you at 8 a.m., you're thinking the worst. But to be fair, that's almost noon for him. I mean, same for my dad. He's up at 6:30 every day. I'm up at, like, 8, somewhere between 7:30 and 8:30 usually. But I slept through my alarms this morning, and he called. I'm just like, before I even opened my eyes, I was like, that's weird that my phone is making the first alarm sound, like, when it feels like it's later than it should be, because I knew I had turned it off earlier. Then I opened my eyes and I saw Dad, and I'm like, oh no, oh no, oh no. I know, you gotta save him. You do. My dad still has my teeth saved. Why not Daisy's? Hey, the babies. I gotta show you guys. It's so tiny. It was one of her, like, in between the molars and the front ones. I think those are called their Ducidius teeth. I didn't ask for a baggie for whatever reason, so I just put it in my wallet. Let me see if I can fish it out. There it is. Daisy's got her tooth fairy money in here. Oh, I gotta tell him to put something under her pillow. Look how tiny this thing is. I didn't even know what it was at first until I saw, like, the inside part of it. That's, like, obviously the root of a tooth. How can I even show this? It's so little. That doesn't help. It's the tiniest little tiny. It's just a little baby tooth. I am marveled. It's just a little baby tooth. I'm gonna put it in the same container that I have Pippi's wonky tooth that came out in. Unless I'm calling the vet, I'm the same way. I do not people until like 10:30 onwards. It's not safe. It's not healthy. Let's put it in here to keep it safe for now. Tiny tooth for a tiny cat. Just like, why would you toss that to the side? If it's something coming out of her mouth, obviously it's a something that means something. She lost a tooth today. So she has 15 days of antibiotics, and then she should be all good again. I'm really glad my dad reached out, though. He gets scared to do that stuff himself. He has, like, medical trauma. And, like, how do I even describe it? I also like PTSD, for lack of better words. So he gets really, that was my biggest fear with him adopting Daisy, is he gets hesitant to go to the vet or do anything medically, whether it's like for himself for anyone else. I'm just gonna leave that like that until we're done being in with little peeves. And play some Doom 3 tonight because I want my comfort game. It's like, what do I have a taste for? Doom 3. Maybe tomorrow we'll whip out some Eternal again for torture night. My dad just gets so scared to go in for anything, though. He won't admit that he's scared. He'll just say that, like, he doesn't want to go. But everything that he went through with my mom, and, like, especially when she passed, he gets so freaked out to do anything. He catastrophizes with only that, nothing else in life. Which is fair. I mean, usually the worst thing happens when you're going to the doctor for non-routine things, or, you know, usually something good doesn't come out of it. But I feel bad. I never knew this until a couple of years ago. I was always told when I was a kid that the cancer went to my mom's brain and then she passed away. Like, that was all that I knew. And what actually happened was that, but she was just feeling really off one day. And my dad drove her to the hospital, like, didn't call an ambulance because it wasn't an emergency, drove her to the hospital. She had a seizure when they were almost there and was still seizing when they got her inside, and then she passed away shortly after. So, like, that's traumatic. That's extremely traumatic to experience. And I don't think he knows that I know that. My godmother told me. But I always thought he was just cheap and lazy and didn't want to go to the vet for stuff. And I feel bad for thinking that now. I never told him that. But I remember thinking that. Like, oh, you're just a cheap bastard. Just cheap bastard. But no, he's traumatized. So I talked to him earlier. I'm like, you know, anytime you need to do anything for them, it's never a problem. I can always go with. So I think he's feeling a bit more comforted with it. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. She passed away when I was 9 months old. So for better or for worse, I remember, like, nothing of my mom. But I think I got the opposite of the short end of the stick with that one, which is weird to say, like, when one of your parents dies, but I was so young that I don't remember her, and all I've heard from her is amazing stories. Like, my mom is a Disney princess, the golden child of the world in my mind. I've only ever heard good things about her, and that's everything that I aspire to be. So while I don't have, like, real memories, I have this idea of who she is, or who she was, and who I want to be in relation to that. And I think that's really amazing. It's very rare that you get to see your parents in, like, a perfect light, because no one is perfect. And I get the benefit of knowing all the amazing things about her. I've never heard a bad thing said about her, which is pretty cool. It's pretty hard for any human. I'd like to think I'm living up to the name. If my mom was still alive, she probably would have divorced my dad, number one. Because he's kind of a pain in the ass. And number two, she would be here all the time. She would probably want to be on stream too, but she would be here all the time to be with the buddies or help out with stuff. I like to think about that sometimes. Like, imagining that she would really get a kick out of my crazy life, I think. I think she would enjoy it. Your mom is like that with herself. Like, she won't go for any reason under the sun. We're the first to call anyone that needs to go to a doctor and deal with something right away. Yeah. It's like a hyper-vigilance thing. It's a good trait, but it's a bad trait that you're more willing to take care of others than yourself in that way. I try to live up to the name. I try. I think she would really get a kick out of the zoo. She would have loved Stripes and Nibbler and Daisy. And she'd love little PB. Oh my goodness. None of them would ever get adopted out. She would just want to keep them all. And then whoever her current husband would be at the time would just have to live with it. I wanted to try to do something. I don't know if this says embed, but I don't think that means I can pop it out. Maybe? Okay, so if I do this, Because Twitch is weird about, like, having kick chat up, right? But if we do this, maybe I would like it better. Maybe it would be okay if I do it off of Restream. I don't know even where I'll put it, but we'll try it. Can I orient this nicer? Be a skinny window. Maybe not. Fudge with this for a second. Let my phone charge for a few more minutes. I'll go see Miss Peebs. How did I always lose the transparency setting for different widgety boxes. Welcome, Minnie. Hope you're having a good night tonight. Welcome. Welcome. I'm so proud of my dad today, though. I know that was like the last thing that he wanted to do. And he did it. He was a strong boy. I'm proud. Was it a blending method? Blending mode? Lighten? That kind of makes it transparent. And get rid of this. It's not as transparent as I want it to be. I don't remember if it was a filter or a side click setting. I don't think it was a side click setting. Add source, open source picture, save source screenshot, set color, hide mixer, scale filtering. No. Blending mode. No. Blending method. No. Show transition. No. Hide transition. No. Order. Transform. Group. Copy. Remove. Rename. Filters. I guess we go through there. Chroma key. Color collection. Color key. Crop pad. HDR tone mapping. Image mask blend. Opacity. It's not doing it. Lubricate. Render delay. Scaling aspect ratio. Scroll. Sharpen. I don't remember how to do this. I'm Googling it. It escapes me. How to reduce opacity and browser, what would it be called? Browser source. The source. In OBS. In OBS. Color correction. Why would that be color correction? It's not correct. Well, I guess opacity will change the color a little bit, but you stinky. It's always somewhere I would never look. Color correction. Do you want one? I can make it all rainbowy. Woo, 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 woo. And what does stuff look like behind it? But that's still not doing what I wanted it to do. Just disappears it. I guess that's something. I don't know. Mess with it again when we're done with peeps. Do 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 do.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techie Dialogue. In today's video,
You're on
we're
TV.
going to
You're
learn
so
how to adjust
fancy.
opacity in OBS step by
Fancy,
step.
fancy.
This is a simple and effective way to customize the transparency of your scene elements. If you're new here, clicking on your scene in OBS. Step 1. Start by right-clicking on your scene in OBS. A menu will appear. Scroll down and select Filters.
That's what I did.
This will open a window where you can add and modify different filters for your scene. Step 2. In the Filters window, click the plus button at the bottom left corner.
Plus,
From the list
plus.
of options, select Color Correction and give it a name if you like. Then hit OK to apply it. Step 3. Now it's time to adjust the opacity. In the color correction settings, locate
Is it
the
like tomato,
opacity
tomato,
center.
potato,
You can
potato?
either drag the
Opacity,
bar to your
opacity.
desired level, type in a specific number,
I feel
or
like
use the up and
phonetically
down
it would be
arrows for precise
opacity.
adjustments. Play around with the settings until the transparency looks just right for your project. And that's it. With just a few clicks, you can easily adjust the opacity of your scene elements using OBS.
I feel like I've done it nicer before though.
One thing that is good to know
Aww,
that is
spicy baby.
I just got to the shelter to pick up Spicy Girl, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty terrified
I like
to
spicy
foster her,
cats.
but I know that I have so much support behind me, so let's go in and get her.
The brrr, it's a pigeon sound, just more higher pitched. I'm not as talented as I seem.
Just
It's
got
quite
home, so
simple.
Before I take her inside, I've gotten so many questions asking about her backstory, and truthfully, I don't know a lot, but I will share what I do know. To better understand, it's good
She's
to
so
know that
cute.
the majority of animals
I mean,
that
she's
live in
cute
this
too, but the
shelter
cat.
came in as strays. Because this shelter does not take owner surrenders, you do occasionally get a person that claims that an animal was a stray when it was their pet. I'm not saying that's the situation here, it's just to give a little bit of background on why the shelter doesn't have a lot of details. She wasn't brought in by an officer, but by a person who said that they just found her roaming around their house for a couple days.
That's how Gunther got brought in.
They were able to just go up to her, pick her up, and put her in their cat carrier and bring her into the shelter without any issues. I was chatting with a staff member who said she didn't used to be this spicy. When it was time to give her vaccine, she walked out of her carrier with no issue. They gave her the vaccines, and she didn't put up a fight at all. Came into the shelter around mid-January, and she's just kind of progressively gotten spicier and spicier. So I'm so excited.
Shelter
that
environments
we
are
have
so
her and that
stressful.
We're gonna take such good care of her together, and I really.
It's impossible for it to not be though. Either you
one thing that is
rescue
good to
animals
know,
or
and I kind of alluded to it really
it'd
quickly,
risk everyone being stressed out or all rescues just shut down.
So alpha is for transparency
Alpha.
or opacity.
Alpha.
How thicker something is. At
Alpha.
255, it's completely solid. If we went down to 0, it'd be completely transparent. So let's pick a number somewhere in between.
Hold on, son. Where did you start with this? What do you have open?
Alluded to it really quickly. Go back to our select color options. We do have the alpha channel. So alpha is for
What is he opening? Set color custom. Oh.
transparency or opacity, so how see-through something is. At 255, it's completely solid. If we went down to 0, it would be completely transparent. So let's pick a number somewhere in between. I'm going to go 75. And go OK. And now you can actually see some of the sources that are underneath it. So in this case, it's just the text that says color source. So if you do want to work in layers, if you do want to give something a bit of a tinge, you can do that there as well. The other great thing about this is it defaulted to 1920 by 1080 to fill the whole screen, but if you just want a banner at the bottom, for example, we could adjust the height of this. We could go...
That looks
if it wants
nicer.
to be 1080
That has
pixels,
more
we want it to
opacity.
be, I don't know, 300 pixels. And go OK, and then we'll probably just drag this to the bottom of the screen, and maybe this is the point at which you'd be combining some of those other images to make a banner. So it could be that we have an image, we have some text, which we'll get to in a second. But those are some really, really cool things that we can do. I'm going to copy this for a second. I'm going to paste it as a duplicate. And I'm going to paste it again as a duplicate.
Ogres and onions.
See that
Layers.
So if you put these things on top of each other,
Layers.
you will get
Ogres and
different
onions.
colors again. So I don't know, maybe I'm just really easily amused, but I do enjoy the fact that we can work with transparency. I think it's a really great way.
That's cool. I don't know if it's on purpose or not, or what it's related to, but it also changes my hover bits. Oh wait, no, it just color. So without changing the opacity settings, you could actually color code your sources within OBS, because now that one is tinged blue because I went to the same blue that he did. That's neat. I'm learning so much tonight. I am knowledged. We're evolved, Club Cult. Alright, let's set this up to go see Miss Peebs. I still can't believe Daisy lost a little tooth. It's so cute. It's so tiny. It's so tiny. It's very rare to like be able to get their teeth when they fall out too, because usually they swallow them and eat them. I only have one of Loki's baby teeth out of all the teeth that were in her head. She left it in her bowl. She did. The triplets are teething. They're teething now. How old are they? Let's see, they're 19 weeks in the beginning of January, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. They're almost 26 months old, I think. So they'll be teething until they're about 6 or 7 months. Or not that many months old. 26 weeks, not months. They grow up so fast. So fast. Daisy has gotten bigger though. She grew into her ears more from the last time I saw her, but she's overall bigger all over, but her tail is still disproportionate. It still is just this floof of an existence. We've been playing a lot of grab bag games lately. I have a new computer, so we've been fucking around with some PC games, but tonight I want my comfort game. Some Doom 3, baby. But first we play the game of life. The game of life. Oh crap, I just looked at the date. My dad's birthday is this weekend. What do we do for Father TV? We already gave him a kitten. What can top that? Do I get him and Daisy matching sweaters or something? That would be really cute. That would be really, really cute. And tank test us. Tank test. Tank test. Oh, speaking of on TV, what does this mean? Let me see if I can find it again. When I open the mobile app for Kick, it says TV mode. TV mode. And then it gives you a QR code scanner. Where can you play kick on TV? How does that work? I'm marveled. Or maybe they just have it set up preparatory for like an app release on game stations. I don't know. I don't know. We have a lone foster kitten this round of foster friends. She is a singleton. I don't know if her mom and siblings just abandoned her or if they passed away or what it was, but she was found on her own, meowing somewhere for a couple of days. And then she was found and I was contacted and I took her in. I don't know. I also found her by playing kitten sounds. So either that's instinctual or she did have siblings. I never used that stuff either because I didn't know it existed. Does it exist? What is existence anyway? What is it even anyway? I don't want to be upside down. And let there be light. I need to charge this when we're done with it for tonight so I can charge the feral cam because tomorrow starts our trap training. And then I reevaluated this. I decided we should trap train and make sure they actually will go in it before jumping the gun to make the call to schedule the TNR. Which Arngie came by last night too. He hasn't been by in a while. Or she. Get him a sweater with Daisy on it and Daisy a sweater with him on it. Low-key, I think my dad would like that. How could we do that? I know there's different stores on Etsy that will do like custom monogram things for different pet stuff. One of the girls that works at Doc's has 2 bloodhounds, and she got them monogrammed, or not, I guess not monogrammed, embroidered into her shirt. Alright, let's go generic pet. Yeah, I think my dad needs this in his life. Or I just need to see this. That's beautiful. Oh my god. I mean, my dad is bald, but that's not my dad. My dad looks like the dude from Breaking Bad, Walter White. Like, the same level of baldness, the same mustache, the same, like, wrinkled forehead. It literally, they could be... I could bring my dad with me to C2E2 and just put him in a hat and, like, a nice jacket and a button-up shirt, and he would get way more attention than any cosplay I could put together. But my dad's not a social butterfly, so he wouldn't go with me. I've tried to get him to go for a few years. He's just like, oh, it's not my scene. I don't want to be around that many people. And then post-pandemic, he's absolutely not doing it, which makes sense. The bandana. Oh, I want to do these with Voya. That's cute. Can you imagine? Fear and Loathing and Zooness. The bandana is really cute. I wonder if Daisy would like a bandana more than like a sweater. I don't know if my dad would want to wrangle her into a sweater. She'll wear them, but it's not her favorite. The bandana might not be a bad idea. She'll wear a bandana. I can't not crack up at these. He's a cute old man. And Grandpa and his grand dog. Whether the bandana or the shirt. I don't know which one, but fuck yes. That is such a great idea. That is truly a great idea. He'll get a kick out of that. Oh, little Flooful. Little Flooful. Charlie's biggest fan club. I'm gonna get these for Club Cult. Get you guys some sweaters. Oh, the hoodie is adorable. Okay, so my dad also has a thing for like ugly Hawaiian shirts. It used to be like a prank on my grandpa, kind of. But I'm wondering if maybe we should do this. Because that's the bandana, but then the Hawaiian shirt. My dad has a penchant for thrifting really, really ugly and weird Hawaiian shirts. Because my grandpa used to have this thing where he wanted him and all of the boys to match in Hawaiian shirts for when we would have family together for 4th of July. And it was like a cute little thing. And then my dad started to take it too far one year and started getting really obnoxious ones. His first to his collection was this like Americana. Let me see if I can find something similar. There's a motorcycle on it. It's... see if I can even find the exact one, perhaps. Here it is! He got started on this bandwagon, and then it only continued from there. There are various other really weird ones that are just hilarious. Why aren't you loading? Etsy, you're rude. You're rude. Fine, then. This one's similar. Actually, I think this might be the one. My dad is not like a motorcycle poppy. He is not, you know, this is not his persona. But for the sake of staying on theme, but still being the middle child rebel without a cause, it's a very loud shirt. He doesn't wear this stuff in public. He would wear it just for fun. Now he wears it just for working out in the yard, but he would wear it for 4th of July and whatnot. But I think he would really enjoy the idea of having this together even more than just like a t-shirt. Can you imagine Daisy's face all over this? It says custom dog, though. I think my dad is still a medium. It just says dog ones. Etsy, why are you being a slow bitch? I'm sure I can message the seller. Be like, would a cat count as a dog? Load! Load! I have zero patience. Merca. Merca, fuck yeah! I don't know. We'll give it time and space to figure itself out while we bop in with Peebs. That was funny as fuck. That is such a good idea. I love that. I think he'll love it. That would be amazing. It would be so cute. It would be so cute. The bandana would be cute too, and I think that would be easier for her to wear than shoving her in a sweater. She already got her ass bit. She's been embarrassed enough. Let's pop in with the little princess. The little princess. The little baby bunny. The little baby bunny. Little baby buns. She really does look like a baby rabbit. She looks like a baby big head rabbit. But ironically, her head is small. I feel so bad. She was hospitalized last night. I just picked her up today. But she was so feeling even crappier after her second round of shots. And she stopped eating. And she didn't eat really anything except for milk for a good 36 hours. So she spent the night at Doc's last night and was monitored, and she finally started eating again this morning. I feel so bad. I wonder if she's going to have a reaction to every vaccine now. It's not likely in the grand scheme of statistics, but in her personal statistics, it's probably likely. So pop this over here. See if we can adjust it a little bit more. I don't know if this will make a difference. Nope. It takes it all away. And then it's gone. Good. It's not ideal, but it's a work in progress. I'll take it. I'll take it. All right. Onwards. Onwards. I wonder if next time I'm over there, I can get him to show off his weird shirt collection so I can share with you guys. Daisy was such a good girl at Doc's today, though. I'm so proud of her. And I'm proud of my dad. I know he was hesitant to call. I'm very proud of him. He's a good dad. He gets head pats and treats today. Ow. Oh, my leg is asleep. I'm gonna have to stand silly for a minute. Oh, it's all the way asleep. It's dead. Dead leg. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up and smell the coffee toes. I've never tried lifting my foot up while it's asleep, but I wonder if that makes a difference, getting circulation faster, higher. Crack. Snap, crackle, pop. Serena's Rice Krispies. Oh, now it's all tingly. Now we can't move. Tingly. Tingly. I'm gonna make her some more milk, and then pop in with the bean. Pop in with the bean. There we go. Bright. Bright light. Should bring my... I'm not gonna bring my coffee. Bring my wallet so I remember to put it away. Otherwise, if I need it tomorrow, it probably won't be in my purse for when I need it. Hi, Charlie Bear. Chong and Void are so in love. They're so in love. And Slavka is just loud. What? You got big feelings? You got big feelings? Wow. And Void is just splooted. She's not living in the lap of luxury or anything. What is that pose? So I found out today that she is for sure never been an indoor cat. She looks so funny. She looks like fake Void, which fake Void my dad now has, because I didn't know if Daisy wanted her comfort plushie. She looks like fake Void all stretched out like that. Yes, I know, Slav, because she's chattering. She's chattering. She's chattering up a storm. Blurp, 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 blurp. I did the little separate spaces set up for everyone's bowls yesterday. And we were less grumpy at meal times last night and today. We'll see how it goes tonight. Maybe it was just a fluke. I don't know. Why are you clawing at my feet? And 2 Void bowls are now in the bathroom. And she was in there, and I peed, and then I flushed the toilet, because that's what you do after you pee, and she freaked the fuck out. She has never heard a toilet flush in her life. She did not know what was happening there. She was freaked out, and I feel bad. So we gotta start desensitizing her to the sounds. Where do I want to set us? I don't know where I'm going here, because their stuff was still in the hallway. Today has been nonstop, like absolutely nonstop. I've not organized anything today. I did a lot of takedown earlier. And I meant to get all of this put back away or allocated earlier today. And that did not end up happening. I was at my dad's till like 1, and then I got back home to give everyone breakfast, and it was chaos. Slavka, they have a fun little bowl on the island now. Got everything everywhere. Who's thirsty? Where do I have a cubby for this? Only thing I did not do yesterday was dishes. So, do I have another small cup? You gotta find another cup for the lady. Another cup for the lady. Where am I mix this in? I will just wash one. Slavka, you're in charge. Scrub a dubba 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 dub. Scrub a dubba 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 dub. My god, this milk is like oatmeal. It cakes on. It became concrete. My dad used to always tell me when I was a kid is to put water in your oatmeal bowl when you put it in the sink. Otherwise, it's going to turn into concrete. Which doesn't exactly turn into concrete, but close enough in terms of cleaning. Make smart Coca-Cola KMR. I can never remember the ratio. I think it's 2 to 1. 1 part KMR, 2 parts warm water. Coca-Cola brand concrete, yes. Need to expand in a whole new realm of the construction business. Doesn't Coca-Cola clean blood off the road? Isn't that what they use when an animal has been hit? Or other things, I think. I need a tiny whisk for this. This is my system currently. You mix it slightly with a knife. And then, you whip it real good. Need an immersion blender so she can be fancy. And give it one more stir, because I'm sure this is the most pleasant sound in everyone's ears right now. And then it's all melted. Dissolved. Whatever the word. Now it's perfectly made for PB is what it is. Little peeberoni macaroni. Coca-Cola cleans about as well as any other sugary carbonated beverage. Really? So it makes like no difference? Here I was all these years thinking Coca-Cola had like magical powers. Apparently not. Put the lid back on this. I have a can of Coca-Cola in the fridge for the first time in many, many years because I ordered food the other night and I was lazy and there was a deal on DoorDash where I got Mexican food, and if you add a Coke product, you get $4 off, and the Coke was 99 cents, and therefore I spent $1 more, but I saved $3. It all worked out. Where did it go? Do, 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 do. It only applied to regular Coke, not Diet Coke, though. I really don't like regular soda. But I wanted to save the $3. Hi, Sissy. I love you, Mama Bear. I love you, Mama Bear. Hi, Mr. Munster. I thought he wanted to say hi to everyone, but apparently no. He's just running away. Escape. Big purrs. Do you like being naughty? Do you like being evasive? He's a little snorty again because it's so dry in here. Can't argue with those savings indeed. I find it very annoying when you have to buy something else to save money and usually it's not worth it. Like you end up with like $1 or 50 cents off. But the $3 off was nice. It was a good choice. So it covered the service fees or whatever the hell. Hello, little rumbler. Hello, tiny rumbles. Hello, tiny rumbles. Are you feeling so much better? Are you home and happy? Your little baby bunny rabbit. I love her so much. She's still not 100%, but she's way better than she was the last couple of days. Oh, poor little bean. You went through it. You had to get your shots, though. You have to be a healthy kitty. Is Mythbusters on YouTube? Like in clips? I want to look it up. I like Mythbusters. Oh, we got some bellies. We got some bellies. Give me those bellies. I want the bellies. Nom 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 nom. Nom 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 nom. She's now decided my head is a launch pad. So I slept in with her earlier. Like my head was on the pillow. And she kept flying across the floor, jumping on my head, and then going in the window. I had to put my hood up while I was sleeping. Because she kept jumping on me. She just decided I was a Halo launch pad or something. Give me those bellies. Give me those bellies. It's the bellies. It's the bellies. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Wanna eat my finger? You're a little cannibal. Arr, arr, Hannibal the cannibal. Because, you know, I'm secretly a cat. It's on YouTube. And got something weird with the localization where you can't visit their page so you can watch the videos. That's really weird. I wonder why. Now I'm curious. We gotta learn. Not that I don't believe you, but I like to see the proof in the pudding. Isn't she so cute? She's 11 weeks old now. Whoop! Dumb baby gonna dumb baby. Now she feels embarrassed. You gonna pop out this side? Oh no, you're sneaky. Hello. You can pop out that side. Sneaky. Sneaky, sneaky. She is so funny. She cracks me up. She's so silly. She's so silly. You gotta bring your logs and your food and stuff back in here too. By the time I got back home and took care of everyone, and then I needed to clean the yard today because it was so rainy, or it's going to be so rainy tonight and tomorrow. I was fucking exhausted. It's just a bag. It's not going to hurt you. It's not the end of the world. I brought this. This was her little go bag. I brought this for in case she wanted to play. Yeah, maybe people get bored on the night shift at the animal hospital. You never know. And the cute little baby kitten. How do you not play with her? Like, come on. Come on now. I don't know what I did with her original folder with all of her first receipts. They're somewhere in this house. I had to put together a new folder for her. You gotta start your logs again tomorrow. And sweet little Stinky. Sweet little Stinky! Soft kitty, warm kitty, little ball of fur. Happy kitty, not so sleepy kitty, but purr, purr, purr. She's so precious. Welcome, Nub. Hope you're having a good night so far. Welcome, welcome. Hide you in my hair, and then you can never leave me. She looks like a mismatched lion in my floof. He's so cute. Greetings and salutations. What a welcome. I love that. I hope the week has been kind to you so far. Ready for some Blacko? Blacko. I forgot to mix in probiotic. Fortiflora. Lordy, lordy, look who's 40. Fortiflora. Thank you. I am enjoying this in-between phase of colors. What's the word? Toned it with blue yesterday, and I don't think it did anything. I think it was pointless. I was afraid it would drastically make it all weird colors. The only thing I noticed is that, like, a few of my blonde curls back here got a little bit lighter, and that's about it. And then a little bit at my roots are a little bit lighter. And that's about it. I think I'm not going to use the blue again and just use the purple to tone it when it's more blonde. I feel you on that, Numb. It's rough to watch, but it's good of you to be there for it. But of course. Is this real? No, this is just a fantasy. Caught in a landslide. No escape from reality. Open your eyes. Look up to the skies and see. I'm just a cat lady. You gotta mix it up. Will I do stuff for subs? Yes. I will say thank you immensely. And I will ring a bell. And I will call you an awesome human. And tell you that you're a good boy. Get the satisfaction of being the awesome human that you are. When you contribute to the Stream the Dreams project. Can you do the fandango? Thundering and lightning, very, very frightening. Galileo, Galileo, little Peeby, little Peeby, little Peeby Figaro. Oh, 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 oh. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. Oh, dang, you missed it. Yesterday was Ass Shaking Wednesday. You missed it. Bummer. She is adorable. She has such odd stature, though. I really do wonder if she's dwarfy. We won't really be able to tell until she gets a little bit bigger, if she does want to get a little bit bigger. Because he's so cute. I'm sure she wishes I had tuna in there. No, you still got more, sis. You still got more. I'm so glad she's keen on eating again. She drank really good earlier. She drank like half of her bowl and she ate about maybe like a quarter of her food. She's back on the up and up. Do you want more? Let go. I think she's upset that the probiotic has infiltrated her milk. Well, I'm sorry, I'm not a cat with cat titties to give you your antibodies. My bad. My bad. If she wasn't so sick, it would have been the perfect scenario to set her up with Void, because Void was still lactating when she first came in. But I wonder if she would have been chewy on the nip, too. Because she doesn't take a bottle, she just takes the syringe. Which we all find very strange. Me and my vet. There's 4. You get 2 more. 2 more. She is so stinking cute. Need 1 more. She's just so small, and she weighs as much as the other babies did at 16 weeks, like when they got spayed. But she's not chunky. I don't understand her existence. She's a short queen. She needs a short king to adopt her. Dun, dun, dun. Now I have that song stuck in my head. Dun, 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 dun. In take 5. Go visit the hug or something. This is not the search query you are searching for. PB is judging you. PB is judging you. Do 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 do. She's running away. You scared her. See, I don't want no one to lick me. That's weird. It's weird. I don't know what she's gonna be. She does have so much love in her, though. Maybe. I guess when she starts losing teeth like Daisy is now, we'll really be able to get an idea of if she was younger or older than I thought when she came in. I thought she was about 5 or 6 weeks. But she had a little bit more teeth and her eyes were more colored than you would expect. She looks like a bulldog. She's got this like funny little stance. She just do. She loves FaceTime. She's an iPhone girly. This is her favorite thing, is when I get down on her level like that. A lowrider. Oh, that's so cute. Harley. That's adorable. That's very adorable. I feel like Harley is such a common name for dogs, but not really for cats. It's very rare that you hear the name Harley for a cat. That's really freaking cute. Especially as a Maine Coon, too. So much floof. Maine Coons are awesome cats. They're so friendly. Oh, you got your favorite toy? You got your favorite toy? Oh, she's kind of mad at me for making her go in the hospital. She's a little, I don't want to say skittish, but she's guarded with my closeness. She wanted to play with me earlier, but not snuggle with me. She's cute. She's silly. It's nice to see her playing again. She was feeling so yuck the last couple days. Poor baby bean. It's not like you can avoid getting your shots, though, sister. You have to do it. You have to do it. You a hungry lady again? Let's fill up your bowls. How long have I had her? I picked her up the day before my surgery, so January 6th. So it's been about a month and a half that I've had her here, approximately. A month and like a couple weeks. She's just a baby. She was found on the streets. She was probably born to a either feral mom or outdoor kitty mom, but she got abandoned. I don't know. She had some serious poopy problems when she was found. So it makes me wonder if either she slowed down and just couldn't keep up with everyone because she was stopping every 2 seconds to lick her little booty or to try and go potties. Or mom might have abandoned her and rejected her because she would attract predators, being so sick. She was so sick when I brought her, and it was terrible. From worms, and she has an infection in her intestines right now. She has a coronavirus that's manifesting in digestive issues. She was in really bad shape when I grabbed her, though. Don't Google it if you don't know what it is, because it's really gross and it will ruin your night. But I was pretty sure that she had a prolapsed anus from so much struggle to go to the bathroom and so much irritation back there when I first picked her up. And thankfully, she was on the verge of it, but it hadn't happened yet, which is good. That would have been painful and an incredibly expensive surgery. And very, very difficult for a little kitten to get through. She was in rough shape. She was in rough shape. You're lucky you got found, kid. You're lucky there's good people in the world that call your crazy mom and say, I found a kitten. Found a kitten. Yeah, if you don't already know what it is, I don't want anyone to Google it, which human curiosity, there probably are people Googling it at the moment, and I'm sorry for that, but it's bad. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. It's not a good thing to be going through. But at this point, despite having a vaccine reaction, we would consider her thriving, which is the most I could ask for. It's the most I could ask for. We do good. We do good. Do, 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 do. She is just the sweetest thing. She's pure of heart. And she's so good at life. She's doing amazing now, though. Little gremlin in her cave. She reminds me of the beast from The Sandlot. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. That is a pretty cool progression to see. Like to go from feral to where she is now in like 1.5 months. First thing she did when I grabbed her was bite me. That was fun. That was fun. But she was also at like the perfect socialization window. Like feral born kittens, if you can separate them from the mom a couple of weeks before you would generally separate a puppy or kittens to like around 5 or 6 weeks versus 8 weeks, they have a really good chance of being able to be socialized like normal domesticated house cats. She let herself be found at the perfect window to be a perfect kitty. Doot, 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 doot. I'm just amazed she survived out there all by herself for like at least 48 hours, if not longer. She's so tough and brave and strong. You have to give PB the #1 good citizen award. You're such a sweet little princess. You're such a sweet little princess. Are you in play mode or you on lovies? She's in play mode. Play mode. Do, 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 do. That little spin. I think the only thing about her that's really grown much is her tail. Her tail's doubled in size. But the rest of her has only gotten a little bit bigger, visually. She went from 1.5 pounds to about 3.5 pounds now. You're so tiny. It's so chunky. It's so chunky. But she's not chunky. But she's a floof. So she looks chunky. It's a foof. 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 Whoop. Woof, 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 woof. I like big tails and I cannot lie. You other kitties can't deny. When a kitty walks in with a floofy tail, it makes me go, well, that was not where I expected that to go. But that was fun. That was enjoyable. Your floofy butt. I like floofy butts and I cannot lie. You other peepees can't deny. When a peepee walks in with a floofy tail, it makes me feel so swell. There, that's better. Doot. Swell, swale. We're going with it. You're so stinking cute. Get some of your yayas out. Perp, perp. Zoom. She's such a good hunter. Kept those instincts. She's a very good hunter. Apex predator. To the max. She still acts kind of feral at the vet, though. She, like, corners herself and hisses at everyone. Which I think is funny, but it's not funny. She's just scared. She's not used to being a spoiled kid yet. Give her some time, and she'll realize how good she has it. Doot, 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 doot. I was gonna get the tent out of here yesterday, but I was sad because she was in the hospital and I didn't want to. So I think I'm gonna leave it a couple more days just so she could reassociate to the room being normal, and then I'll change it a little bit. I don't want to make it super different for her right away. It's kind of hard to stress out a kitten because they're pretty self-absorbed, which is good, but I don't want to risk it. The other Zoom members can't deny that Peavy is a cutie pants, and she's swell as any other cat. We love her. Swell is the word of the day, apparently. That's swell. Probably picked that up from my dad. He uses that word quite often. He is an old man, but he speaks like an old man. He's always spoken like an old man. It was so nice to see Daisy today, though, and I'm so proud of my dad. He was a good big kid today. Oh, Torty. He's so cute. Oh my goodness, I love Torties. That's such a cute name for her, too. Was she just a wild hunter later? Did she snuggle too? We used to have 2 cats when I was little that would both sleep in my crib. Snuggly little bugglies. To get it. To get it. Oh, dunk dunk. My God, Daisy has my dad so pussy whipped. Like, literally. My dad, who only ever wanted to have 1 litter box in the house, now has 3 set up downstairs and has now put 1 upstairs, all for Daisy. Because he felt bad that her leg was hurting and she couldn't jump into the tall, higher boxes downstairs. So he put up a shorter one upstairs just for her. So she doesn't have to do the steps while she's sore. And so she has an easy spot to go upstairs. He is whipped by this kitten. I have never seen my dad so in love with anything in my whole life. Not me, not women, not guitars, not cars, nothing. Not golf, but Daisy. Daisy is where it's at. Oh, she was a little mouser. That's awesome. That's awesome. I think that's what my little feral friend is going to end up being. Not this one, but another one I rescued the same day. We're not making too much progress with her, trying to socialize her, but worst comes to worst, if she can't be adopted out, then she's going to go be a barn kitty. Be a little mousa. Earn her keep and kibbles. Princess Daisy, she is a little princess. How many toilets did you have for you growing up? 2? I've never been allowed to use my dad's bathroom, like the master bathroom. But I used that shower for the first time after surgery because my dad, I don't know if like the shower in the other, what used to be my shower doesn't work anymore. Something about it is, the cat ripped up the shower liner, and that's why I couldn't use my old shower. So I used his bathroom for the first time in my life, just last month. Otherwise, I just had my bathroom or the powder room, which is still pretty spoiled. I mean, some people grow up in like a 2-parent and 4-kid family, and they only have one bathroom. So I really can't complain about that in the slightest. I do think it's funny that I finally got to use that bathroom, though. I love my dad's bathroom. If I could copy and paste it into my house, I would. It would be the best for streaming. If my dad was like a friend and not my dad, I would totally ask to borrow the space. But otherwise, it's weird, and I can't do that. Like, it's weird. It would be a weird request. I love it, though. It's like separate into 2 parts, and there's this nice big ass shower with 2 shower heads, and oh, it's so luxurious. Except for realizing there's no grab bars and now being terrified about my dad's future for the rest of my life. My goal this year is to install grab bars into his shower. I need to figure out how to do it because it's vinyl fitted. And I think it'll just be finding the studs and drilling it through. But my goal this year is to have grab bars in my dad's shower because if he falls, he's gonna fall through glass doors and just it's gonna be bad. But it was kind of a surreal experience. I kind of felt like I was at a spa. It was nice. If I would have been allowed to take a bath, I totally would have. He has this nice ass jacuzzi tub. It's the best. It's a bikini streamer's dream bathroom. It's very nice. I like it. Boop, boop, boop. I don't think he's even ever used the jacuzzi tub. My mom wanted it. My mom liked it. I don't think it's been used in years. It's a tall. It's a tall girl. It was a little surreal, but I felt very fancy. I felt spoiled. Oh! Okay, maybe you don't have quite all the energy that you think you have yet. You're still getting your bearings back, sweetie. You're gonna take a break on that. She'd wipe out. That's not funny, but it's impossible to not laugh. I'm sorry, sis. You're cute. You're cute and silly. Where'd you go? Where'd you? There you is. Hi. Little floof. Little floof. We matched tonight. We're both fluffy. Boop. She said bye. Come here. You want to do FaceTime? And she's still a little sketch about me. She's like, are you going to pick me up and put me in the carrier and take me to the vet again? She's traumatized. Now she's going to lay under there and purr. I don't know what she's purring about, but she is. Her motor is so big. She has the biggest motor. Hey, peeps. Look at those little beans. Look at those little... Oh, your beans are soft. Usually street kitties have like rough and calloused paws, but she's so baby they never had time to go rough on her. Wait, you're so sneaky. Okay. If that's where it makes you happy, you can try that one. She'll come out when she's ready. When she's ready. Stay. Tripod. Stay. You can do it, Peebs. Is Daisy a Sagittarius? Oh, what would they be? They were born September 9th. What would September... Does that make her a Virgo? I think it would. Excuse me. Yeah, she's a Virgo. Analytical, loyal, and practical. Known for being detail-oriented, sometimes perfectionistic, and possess a strong desire to help others. That's our Daisy. That's our Daisy. And PB, you would be a... I think PB would be a Sagittarius. If she was 5 weeks, the first week of January, she would have been born in like the beginning of December. And I'm the end of November. I'm Sagittarius. And my nephew's towards the end of December, and he's a Sagittarius too. So you would be a Sagittarius, I think. Yeah. And she walks away and is just like, whatever, that's a very Sagittarius trait. Oh, you're twins with Daisy. Is that little Virgo beebs? There's the lover girl. When two Sagittarians collide. Do Virgos get along with Pisces? My dad's a Pisces. Are they like lovers? My dad is so in love with Daisy. I truly have not ever seen him so in love with anything else in his life. I love it. And I love you. In bath time, she likes when I pretend that I'm grooming her like I'm a mama cat. And it's weird. Whoever commented earlier something about licking pussy. Your time has come. The prophecy has been fulfilled. My vet says that means that she thinks I'm her mom. Which, fair. I'll take it. She must think like, damn, my mom is really funny looking and she ain't even got no ears or a tail. I know. When I huff you too hard, it freaks you out. But you smell so good. PB smells like a field of flowers in the fall. I don't know how to describe that any other way. Like there's a floralness and an earthiness, but like a muted tone to it. I find it so amazing that they just lick themselves with their stinky little mouths and lick their stinky little butt, and then they lick their whole body, and then they have these just amazing smells. I love huffing the kitties. Now I have her flu fall up in my nose. She's not really a shedder, although she probably will be when she's older. But she's still anxiety shedding from being at the vet. Hi. I love you, Mama. I love you. You got to hang out with your cousin Daisy today. You did. You were a trooper. My dad kind of fell in love with her, too. He's like, if I had 3 less cats, I could just leave her here. Like, no. No, I can't do that to you. You got enough going on, old man. And get some drinkies? Drinky time. Foodie time. I might try and lay in with her again tonight. And let the boys just relax. They'll be a little mad at me, but I worry. I just want to see her back to 100%. Hi. And 100% trust me again. I'm sketchy. I'm untrustworthy now. I took her to the vet. And come here. She's like, no, that's okay. I'm happy in my little gremlin corner. The gremlin is gremlining. You've heard of the Kremlin. She is the gremlin. But she also rules all and dictates all. She's the gremlin in charge. Head honchoette. Hungries. Thirsties. I think I filled it. I filled it up all the way to the top, and I think I filled it too full. She's like booping at it, like, where is this? Hi. Do you love me again? Maybe. She got to make sure it's worth it. She's one of those girls. You have to prove you're worth it. Is she like cuddling, or is she still kind of a lone wolf for sleeping? She is so cuddly. It's actually quite amazing. I'm sure it's not unique, but she does the same thing that my cat Munster would do when he was a baby. This was many years ago, but I just put her in my chest and she snuggles up right in like my neck and my clavicle and just lolls out there. And it's so sweet and adorable. Otherwise, she likes to curl into like the crook of my side while I'm asleep. She's very sweet. She's very snuggly. She's a big snuggle bug. She loves the love. She didn't snuggle with me earlier, though, when I napped in here. She was mad at me still. She slept on the chair, and I slept on the couch. We had a sleepover. We were bunk buddies. But she's very snuggly otherwise. She just likes being close. She must have been very close with her mama cat. And despite her being far right now, she likes being close with me. The last litter I fostered really wasn't very snuggly, though. They liked to be held and, like, picked up and carried around. But actual sleepy snuggles was not really a happening. No. She's like this. I just throw her on my chest, and then we just sleep like this. She's so cute. I love you. You're gonna be so spoiled for the rest of your life. You're so lucky. When I scooped her up, she was probably about, the very least, 24 hours away from not being able to keep going anymore. At the very most, maybe she could have made it another 48 hours alone. But she would not have continued to fare well like that. I'm so glad I got the call. It was really kind of a kismet experience, too. Like, I don't make New Year's resolutions, but I do make life goals. Like, just kind of setting up, okay, this is the next evolution of Serena. And I said out loud to myself in my own time, like, around the new year, like, I want to be the person someone calls when an animal needs help. And it happened. Lo and behold. 2 for the price of 1, because we got her and a feral lady. Oh my goodness. Miss Peebs, you gonna be window watching? Is it okay if Mom plays some games? Is that okay? Is that okay? Is that okay? She's like, yeah, I don't care. I'm watching the raccoons. Okay. Okay. Do your thing, Tiny. She is watching. What are you watching out there? I love when they do this and then I feel like a dog at the window. What do you see? What do you see? The wind rumbling the leaves? No. Say hello, world. Hello, world. She tries to lick my eyeball sometimes, and it's like, girl, you can't do that. She just crept up to my face while we're both bird dogging the window, and she just tries to lick the corner of my eyeball, like my actual eyeball, not just around my eye, my eyeball. Yeah, who needs games when you have me? That's what Peeb says. It's like you could stay in here all night and just watch me run around in circles, you know. You could do that. Watch me watch the window. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. I wanna be a mighty queen. Yeah, what are you buy? That's my phone charger. That's we're running low on phone chargers. Don't chew that. No. It's illegal. It's illegal. Wanna be a mighty queen. Yada da da da. Oh, I turned your YouTube off. Oopsies. Let's fix that. The iPad kid needs her iPad. She's really interested in something out there. I wonder what's outside. I didn't see anything, but it's also dark out. Are you a mighty queen? Bloop bloop. And put your PBS back on. I wanna be a mighty queen. Yada da da da. Which way are you going? Yeah, ha 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 ha. Little stinker. I gotta reorganize her blanket collection. I did a crap ton of laundry last night. The laundry room is so clean now, though. I let the laundry room get so disorganized. It's so nice and tidy now. It's like a whole room, not just a space to do laundry. It's a whole room again. I like it. Look how interested she is. There's got to be something good out there. A skunk or a raccoon or another kitty. I don't know. She's determined. Work it out, wombats. That sounds interesting. Left foot left and right foot right. Like an... Oh, she's gonna lay down. Like an alley cat. Everybody, everybody, everybody wants to be a cat. She does not look amused by this. Truly dark times indeed. There's got to be something creeping around outside. Raccoon, possum, skunk, rat, something. And she's got both of her favorite programs on. Now Mom can sneak away and play some games now. And put her Mlecco back in the fridgey. I love you, Bean. She doesn't even care that I'm walking out. She doesn't give a fuck. She's like, I'm busy. I'm hunting. I'm protecting the sanctity of the household. I'm observing the rabbits. Actually, it might be a rabbit. They creep around on the side and then bebop in and out of the backyard. She is intrigued. She's fascinated. My little darling. She is the most wonderful. Oh, I forgot my self smoothie in here. Takes me forever to drink things. This is the same smoothie I had on stream the other night. I also savor things, though. I'm gonna try to make them last, because they're good. But then sometimes they end up going bad on me, and then I'm mad that I spent money on something that I let rot. However, I think this one is still good. We'll find out in just a sec. Circle the wagons. PB's kind of wagon shaped. Circle the PBs. Circle the PBs. Oh, it doesn't like show up anywhere near what I thought it would. The chat up on screen is a work in progress. It's a work in progress. It sure is. Okay, it's not rotten. It's good. Ah, I missed med time though. Whoopsies. Whoops. Whoops, a whoops, a whoops days. We'll blurb us back over here. She's just so stinking cute. I cannot even. Boo! It's not accomplishing what I wanted to accomplish. I guess it's better on darker backdrop, but we shall fudge with it as we go. Do 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 do. Squeaky chair. One day you guys will think I'm the most. I'll just log on to stream and you'll think I'm the most stealthiest Serena that ever was because I'll have brought in the PB blaster and nothing will squeak again. I'll be a secret, sneaky sleeper agent. Pardon. Craigie. Doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, doom, doom. Doom loud, doom loud, doom loud, doom loud. Mute the cap card real quick. Because this one is loud. I forgot about that. It had me well trained. Da, 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 da. Da, da. Da, 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 da. Super secret sneezy agent. Doom, 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 doom. I was gonna look up something when we got back here. Mythbusters. Coca-Cola. Now it loaded. It's not a bandana, but the product does exist for cats. Is there like a similar product thing? I'm gonna save this tab. My dad's birthday is this weekend. And Cyogenics had the wonderful idea of something like this. And I think it's genius. I think better a bandana than a shirt though. But my dad would love that. He would love it so much. I stole one of his favorite cat shirts too. So I feel like I owe him this, honestly. There's a shirt from Old Navy that he got when I was in like a very small grade school years. I don't even know how old. But it had 3 cats on it. And it said beach bums. And they had like a little beach bag. And one of them had an earring in its ear. And the other had like a little like Hawaiian collar situation going on. And I stole it. That was the shirt my dad made fun of me as my maternity shirt in pictures I took with the last litter of kittens. And I was like, yeah, Dad, that's your shirt. But then I had to admit at that point that I stole it when I moved out. Because I liked that shirt. I don't know why I felt entitled to it, but it did. So I owe him a cat shirt back. He wants and needs another litter box for his birthday. No, I am so proud of my dad. Like, I am amazed. Daisy is so spoiled. I've never seen my dad love anything the way that he loves Daisy. There is a 4th litter box in the house. When he adopted her, there was 1 litter box. And then it expanded to 2 because Sylvester needs his separate space now because Sylvester is a grumpy man. And he bit my girl's butt. And then there was 3 because he thought, oh, well, maybe she wants to go away from the boys, like, separately. But he uses Tuppermade bins that are, like, yay tall for litter boxes. So it was kind of hard to jump into it. With her leg being sore when she got bit. So he put another litter box upstairs, which my dad has sworn up and down that he will never have a litter box upstairs. We've never had a litter box upstairs in his house my entire life. He swore he would never do it. Like, that was a direct invasion of his sanity. It was the end of the world. And he mentioned today that he put a 4th litter box upstairs. So you know about the 5th litter box? Yes, that's when Nermal shits on the floor. That's the 5th litter box. Because Nermal has IBS. So sometimes Nermal can't control his poops. Which is not funny. But is a little funny. But not funny, because I know cleaning up poop isn't fun. I did out myself, but he made fun of me. So it was mutual destruction. Oh, that would be cute. If you don't want to look on Etsy and want to do something more like personalized, look on Snapfish. Most of my simple merch I've done on Snapfish. And you can just put your own photos onto things if you want to make it super personalized. Personalized. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Such a luxury that is 4 litter boxes. I know. I'm shocked. There's Mentos and Diet Coke. I don't care about Mentos and Diet Coke. My godmother won't drink cans of soda, like, out of the can because of that. She'll pour it out into a cup. My opinion is God made dirt and dirt don't hurt. This guy that looks like he knows what he's talking about. He's not Mythbusters, but it's close enough. It's knockoff Mythbusters. Discount Mythbusters. It is a high jump litter box, and she got into a scuffle with one of his other cats and got a bite on her leg, so she's not the most mobile. Don't want them tracking litter into bed. I don't really know what the exact reason is. I think it's mostly that where the litter boxes are set up downstairs, the house was built specifically that way to have litter box area space. Like, that's something my mom and dad took into consideration building the house. And I think it's more that he doesn't want to have to sweep up litter in a non-contained litter box zone, i.e. having one upstairs. But obviously he's over it now because Princess Daisy. So it makes me happy. It's in my old bathroom. So I don't know if that's like insult or compliment that it's in the space that I used to occupy, but he doesn't like cleaning things up in spaces that don't need. It's just one more thing to deal with upstairs. The funny thing about Nermal is that he's orange, and Nermal in the show is not orange. Nermal fits him. But Nermal is gray. And my dad's cat Nermal is orange. So he could have named him Garfield, but that really wouldn't have fit Nermal's personality. But Nermal is actually gray. So you kind of missed the mark on that one.
It's such a wide range of uses. We look at things like, can Coke remove blood from clothing? And can Coke remove rust from steel? And finally,
'Tis the Olympic season after all. Yeah.
So kind of crazy that you can get all those uses out.
Daisy does have him wrapped around her little tail. I said this a million times tonight, but I've never seen my dad love anything. Literally anything. Not me, not a woman, not a guitar, not a car, anything. As much as he loves Daisy. He loves her. Like, that is his child. That is the daughter he always wanted. She doesn't talk back. Except she does. She still does that thing that she was doing here where you're petting her with one hand, but it's not enough. So she meows and complains at you. And you gotta pet her with both hands. And it's still not enough. And she meows and complains and gets like a little frantic, like you're supposed to spawn Doc Ock arms or something to pet her. It's not enough love. Not enough hands for enough love. I didn't even know Nermal was a character. I don't ever remember him being in the Garfield cartoons.
Now, what I should say straight away is, even though it's got the same name, the volumes in these are completely.
And my dad adopted him. I was like, oh yeah, that's a cute name. And he's like, from Garfield. Like, oh yeah. No. clue.
Compared to the strength of Coca-Cola, it's a tiny amount. It's just for flavorings. They use a very, very, very small amount. But it should theoretically work. So let's put it to the test and see how well it does. So we've got 2 jars here. What we're going to put the Coke into, so we'll put it into this side here. Pour that in. So to compare how well our Coke works, let's add a professional stuff to this side. We need to dilute it. So that's what it looks like undiluted. We'll pour some water in there. We've got 2 solutions ready.
Looks
Now we
like
need to add our
really
rust
dehydrated
inside. So you
pee.
can see, I've basically grinded back the chrome layer on these spanners to get a good rust from them. We left them outside for a while. So that looks pretty good.
Could have just bought
Let's
old
just dip
tools
them
from like a
into our
salvage shop.
2 solutions and see how well they work. So
They're so shiny at the top. That's like new shit that he
if
just
we have a closer look, we can see
ruined.
the reacting. We can see our professional grade stuff here on the
Oh
left.
my
It's
goodness.
already stripping away
You're a
quite
fluke
lot
in my
of
eye.
rust as it goes, and we can see that coming off in the sort of bubbles it's producing there. And we can see a very small, similar reactions happening in our Coke actually. Now, a bit of that is going to be the carbon dioxide just fizzing around.
I might need a mirror.
Around the rust there, but it is actually going to be
You can
working
feel it.
potentially on the rust.
Just assumed Normal was a lady cat because those eyelashes, but apparently he's just a pretty boy.
So
He's a
I've
very
done some
pretty
Googling
boy.
for some of these Coca-Cola life
My
hacks.
dad's
One of the
Normal is a
things
very
that
pretty
sort of
boy
up that
too.
You can actually use it to clean blood from clothes. Now, I've
He's
absolutely
getting
no idea how that works. I'd be astounded if
pretty
that
old
works.
though,
We're gonna
not in the
actually put that to
greatest
the
of
test
shape.
today, and we'll use some real
Before I
blood
left
from
today, my dad was kind of musing on how is he gonna get Normal to the vet, because Normal's very, very skittish. Like, very, very extremely scared. If my dad had not adopted him, Normal would have never gotten adopted, and if he would have gotten returned, because he's scared shitless and he shits his pants. That's 2 things that people generally are not looking for in a cat, and I appreciate that my dad is willing to tolerate these things about him and love him regardless for it. He's a good man, and so is Normal. But he was kind of musing on like, well, if we need to take him to the vet. I think my dad's just trying to cue me up for vet visits without actually admitting that he needs help with it. Or not needs help, but wants help with it. I'm like, I will go anytime. I'll sit at Doc's all day if I have to. I'm there every day anyway.
So
Kind of, not really, but sort of.
They can remove blood from clothing with Coca-Cola. We need actually a control to test this again.
Normal does like Daisy though. She's kind of pulling him out of his shell, which is cool.
And then a good cleaner to go in afterwards with. So we'll test that Coca-Cola hack versus the more
Her and
official
Mushi are
method that
zooming
we'll
around
try here.
everywhere.
So just put together this little test surface here. It's made of a shirt, obviously.
She was doing really well with her infection, like healing up pretty well up until, I guess, the last few days, where it started to get a little bit more sensitive again. And that's where my dad gets in his own head and like catastrophizes and is like, oh, if I take her to the vet, that's going to be the end and blah, blah, blah. It doesn't always work that way, Dad, but I get it. Trauma. I understand. It makes things differently perceivable than you see perceived reality instead of actual reality. I forgot what I was saying. I was making excuses. I don't know where I started with that. Oh, she wasn't feeling great. I guess the last couple of days, because it was a week ago she got an antibiotic shot, and it was 9 days ago that she got her little bite. But Mushi was, oops. Mushi, I guess, was getting sad, but still being gentle with her, but getting sad that she didn't want to be a big playful girly.
We need a little sample of blood, so we're going to use this lance here to get
Oh, Odie would be so cute of a name for a hyperactive dog. Odie. Should have thought of that for Diesel. Diesel would have been a good Odie.
Okay, so you can see we've got a good sample there. Let's put it onto both sides.
Running around like an idiot.
Put it on this this side first. So you can see we've got a blood.
Pat.
Right, so we can see we've got a shot here with both sides. Obviously, this side we'll use the Coke on. We've got our real blood there. And this side we're going to use a number of different professional grade things, and we've got blood there. So we'll see which one works better. So let's start off with the Coke side. All the hack suggests we do is apply some
I love
Coke
my
and
Diesel,
scrub.
but
So
he's a
let's do
crazy
that.
boy. He's a wild man.
Soak in for a second before we scrub it. Right, let's see if we scrub it.
75 pounds of
So you can
big
see there's not
doofy
really
goofy.
much going on at the minute. Let's apply some more Coke and see if that helps.
I think now you're just making a blood stain and a Coke
So it's
stain.
not really removing anything. You can see the blood is still there, as clear as anything, and there's not been any real
Double stain.
transfer onto a sponge. It is actually sort of working. I think what's happening more is that we're just sort of scrubbing away material. Definitely the areas where that were
Just
light
corroding
and
everything,
dark
then you just
areas,
end up with a
they
hole.
seem to be improving. So the first thing suggested is to wet it with water. Let's do that. Now what we'll do is we'll apply our hydrogen peroxide on top of that and see what happens. Ooh, look at that. Look how it's
That'll
reacting.
pull it out.
You can see how it reacted there. It's very interesting. Obviously,
Very
the
interesting.
protein in the blood. Look at that. That's crazy. We'll add some more. That is almost completely invisible at this point. That is quite amazing.
That's what we used to use on dogs, like white dogs. You would nick a nail or something while you're grooming them. Instead of having to throw them back into the bath, you just put some peroxide on their hair. And then all
You
clean.
might not even need the other cleaning solution.
All clean.
Right, so we saw that the Coke sort of worked. I guess it removed some of the initial stuff on top, but compared to the professional grade stuff, not even close. You can see, not compared at all.
All it
it's
did was
so
make a
much better
Coca-Cola
than
stain
professional.
and a blood
I think
stain.
It's important to say, this
Oh
won't
my
save you
goodness.
if
Bless
you commit
you.
a crime and you need to clean some
Who just
blood.
sneezed? Oh,
Obviously,
Gunther.
you just can't see the blood there, but with scientific testing methods that they have, they'll still be able to tell that there's blood there, and they'll be able to get samples from it. So don't be thinking you can get away with all sorts of craziness. This is just to help remove
Dang.
it from clothing if you get
No
it from
murder
yourself,
spree.
obviously. You know,
There goes
don't be
tomorrow's
trying to
plans.
very interesting stuff. But the Coke definitely
Welp.
doesn't work. You can see terrible blood remover from clothes. Very cool. Right, back to our rusty spanners. It's been about an hour and a half on both of these. Let's have a quick look and see how we're getting on and compare them. So this side here is obviously our Coke side. So let's just shake that off, and we'll just compare that to our
Shake it
professional
off.
stuff.
Shake it off.
Again, you really don't want to spill this side everywhere, since it's quite a strong acid.
I don't think either really
There's our two
did much.
sides. I think it's looking quite good on both of them, if you ask me. So what we can see is the deposits, the black deposits are basically carbon that's left behind, so that won't be eaten away, and that can be scrubbed off quite easily with a wire brush. So if we look at the difference where it sort of stops being in the liquid, you can see quite clearly that it's taken some strong effect. And the Coke is working quite well. Look at all those sort of dark areas that used to be...
I mean, it looks like it would work in a pinch, but the actual product would be better.
It's done quite a good job there. What's quite interesting about this as a method is that it doesn't...
Yeah, they got the weapon and the aftermath all figured out.
This is very, very strong. So while it will remove the rust quicker, the potential...
If I'm not on stream tomorrow, someone post bail.
Whereas on the Coke, I think it's a lot
Give me
less
an
because
alibi.
it's such a weaker solution of the phosphoric acid, so it might be quite useful that to bear in mind, to be honest.
She was with the cats, Your Honor.
Very cool.
There's no way she did anything.
What we're going to try and do today is turn this into a battery. So I saw this amazing video where they seem to be able to turn this can and the Coke as well into a functioning battery. I'll link the video in the description. We're just going to put that to the test and see how well it works.
So you're extra awake and aware, and having clarity
Well, just to show
and energy during your evil deeds.
Brilliant. What we need to do is pour the Coke out for a minute, store it to the side now, and then we need to cut the top off the can.
Pretty sure the most cleaning component of Coke is the carbonic acid, which is present in most soda. That would make sense. I mean, it's a bubbling, fizzing thing
Opening it like that.
that's going to do some kind of corrosion, regardless of how strong.
And then we just grab the thing out the bottom. So you should be left with your can open like that. What we need to do is
How are
drive
you
it
turning
inside
this
out
into
now,
a
and then use some
power or
steel
battery?
wool to take off the lining they've got on the inside of that.
Oh, that's
You
a
can see
nice
what we do
setup.
with that. And then you basically just rub the
That's how I'm
inside
gonna do my dishes from now on.
like so.
I like that.
Careful, you don't want to puncture it.
Are drills waterproof?
So now we've got a cleaned out can here. We want to take our Coca-Cola from before and pour it back in. So now
It's
what
for the
we'll do is grab
germaphobes
a
out there,
clip,
it's
preferably
extra.
an old one, and attach it to
Extra
a
sanitized.
crocodile clip. Now we'll place this into our
My hair
solution.
looks floofy, but thank you.
Then what you want to do is grab another crocodile clip and attach it to the can. And we should be able to produce some voltage between these two now. Let's measure it.
I didn't feel like styling it tonight, and it didn't feel like being styled tonight. It cannot be tamed tonight.
See, we are measuring some voltage. That's amazing. So this has
Cannot be
produced a battery.
tamed.
Because it's
We're just in our hair metal era.
Wow, that's mad. So we can see amazingly it has produced some voltage. Since we're running out of time today, what
Your
I'll
old
do
man would
tomorrow
clean the
is
battery
a short
connectors
video
and
that
terminals
sums
by
up the
pouring
series
some
and we'll
Coke
see
on them.
exactly what we can do with
I wonder if that would make
electric
more of a difference when there's the
Right, so we pondered
like copper oxidization, whatever makes it turn blue, that kind of oxidization versus like a just straight up rust.
questions. removed blood from clothes, and even made a Coke battery. Who says we don't do it all? Apologies, I missed a long video last Friday. Every now and again, I need a break, obviously, as well. So I don't
That's
know when
neat.
the next one's going to be. At some point, we've got to schedule.
If you're using an air dryer, it would be waterproof.
Back with every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, so make sure to tune in to check those out. We'll try and
I have
post
a
6
new
p.m.
sense of
Make sure you
motivation
comment
to
what
do
you
the
want to
dishes
see me
now.
try next. I love reading through all your comments and seeing what you have to say.
Club soda would work just as well, but without attracting ants, because that's how we get ants. Not wrong.
Very cool. Yum, yum.
I'm finding the bandana version of this, and we're putting Daisy's face on it. I'm sure I have a bunch of cute pictures of her that I can turn into one. Otherwise, I'll sneak over again and just, oh, my community would like pictures of Daisy updated. Oh, the ones of her in front of the guitar. I think that would be pretty close and good. I think I posted those in Discord. I think I got a good face one from her there. Like clear. Wonder if Coca-Cola would help clean your old pennies. Maybe? It'd be worth a try. I mean, worst case scenario, they're just a little sticky. Up and up and up, da 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 da, yeah da 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 da, yeah da 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 da. Oh, she's facing sideways in that one. Dang it. Dang it, Bobby. I think I have one of her from here in another angle. God, her face floofed up so much more today. She has, like, actual triangulated floof. I don't even know how to describe in her face now. You can see the difference in the other picture, too. It's getting so much more plumage to her cheekers. Oh, that's way off to the side. I didn't realize that. Plumage to her cheekers. Try some club soda, but don't mistake it for Alka-Seltzer. Don't drink the forbidden penny drink. Don't do that. Don't have to call an Amber Lamps on you. Alright, pre-torture night, torture night. Let's go! I gotta switch Twitch on my phone. So you're done cleaning pennies, you can have a dirty penny vodka tonic. Get some extra copper in your diet. Heard we were missing some key nutrients and vitamins and minerals there. Doom 3. Whoa! They changed it somehow? Doom 3 is like a, the 3 is like a... Oh no, I'm mathematically challenged. I learned today too that my dad doesn't remember me failing algebra, which is good. An exponent, I think. Exponent, not esports. Yeah, an exponent. There we go. That was not an expedited process of figuring out what an exponent is. Doom cubed. I mean, wait, maybe they did that because of the Soul Cube. They realized some odd 15 years later that they gotta cube the Doom because of the Soul Cube. It's to the third power. Only powers of 3s for me's. me do this. Do 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 do. A really big list of all this here. Jeez. There we go. This doesn't sound like it's coming out of my speakers. Oh yeah, it is. It's just an old game. Flat music. 3 times the doom! Triple doom! Triple doom! Might be planning to remaster the game, which then Doom Cubed would be a fun pun. It would be! That would be nice. I wouldn't mind a remastering. I always want more Doom 3. If there was one game I could just play over and over again for the rest of my life, it would be Doom 3. I love it. It's my baby child. So there have been 3 Dooms that have come out since 3. So it would be a good time to do remastering, I would think. How many years has it been? I feel like it came out in 2015, but probably earlier than that. I think I'm late to the game on 2004. So yeah, I'm way late to the game. Wait, it was like not Eternal, but the one prior to that I think came out in 2015. Remastering games is such a mixed bag. Sometimes done poorly and a money grab. I think the folks at ID love the game not to do it dirty like that. I would hope that if they do it, they won't do it dirty. I haven't played many remastered games, but the only one that I feel like holds up and was really, really like just not made much differently, just smoother and nicer, are the Spyro Reigniteds. They did a really good job with those. I am impressed. They did a good job. They did. They did indeed. Press any key. Chat, where is the any key? On the controller. Wow, that's dusty. We haven't touched this bitch in so long. That's embarrassing. It's dusty. Halo 2 Remastered was made with love. Probably your favorite. Aww. Remastered version is probably the one that my nephew would... Wait, continue game. I don't know where I left us off at. I guess over here. I wanted to start from beginning. Did I never finish my Marine playthrough? You make this big for a second and actually be able to read the words. That button. We never finished the Marine playthrough. And you can't have multiple game saves. We're at the final boss. Damn, what? We haven't opened this since 2024? That's pretty wild. When did the Halo 2 Remastered come out? That might have been the Halo that I watched and played. November 2014. Maybe? Maybe. Maybe. How do I want to go about this? I want to run through it once and make it go miserably terrible, because that's how it's going to. And then... Oh, I wanted to just start from the beginning. I wanted to relive the magic. fuck it. Pre-torture night, torture night. The PS3 in modern times, I feel like, is such an underrated console. It's so nice. Last time we played Doom was on an Atari Jaguar. Damn, son. Some OG Doom. Some OG. Alright, what am I opening? We're already there, technically. How did I used to do this? Like, to where I could actually see the game. I did this. I had it on one of the screens big. Like, there's no way that I played this tiny and blind. There we go. Get my suckers out of the way. Do I want a sucker? I guess I want a sucker because it's there. I can see if they're gonna kill me or not. If I die from this, someone take care of the zoo. Or someone's. It's probably a group project. Oh, they might be stuck to the plastic. What's this one? Peach? It's perfectly peach. It's perfectly peach. It smells normal. Wet my whistle first. I'd be like James and the Giant Peach. I'll spawn a whole world. We have like just about the same taste in games, Numbfingers. Never played BioShock, but it's fun to watch. Borderlands and Wolfenstein are shit. It does kind of match my hair. A little more up here. It does. Matchy, matchy. Alright, time to get fucked. I like running it with the shotty. But that's on easy. Let's see. I forgot where to go to even trigger it. Going to grow peach fuzz? I do that on a weekly basis. Roar. Sound from this game sounds flat. Oh, why you fucking open your, you dumb fucking cunt? That was fast. We won. Shave me out of this game. My God. Chisel me into greatness. Lord. What the fuck? That was not cool. Fallout I've never played, but I've watched, and it's very good too. I like it. I like it. I think New Vegas was the one that I observed, though. Would Obsidian have been a different studio than the other ones? You gotta play some Skyrim. Skyrim is beautiful. The dragons. The dragons. You get your own Game of Thrones. Both. That's how you shave. Full of shame, sometimes weeping. Why? Why is that a Sag? Because the beard has to go bye-bye. And the beard is beautiful. I very rarely eat suckers, and I forgot how drooly they make you. Like, it's dissolving and making me salivate at the same time. Oh, you shit. I think we want to start with the plasma gun. Another guy about to pop out of there. Go where you're meant to. Shit, 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 shit. No, no one puts baby in a corner except we did. Ah! Shut my butt. Where'd he go? Oh, okay. 24 health. That's not bleak or anything. He is up my butt. I need a plasma gun. Or die. Cold necks are sad. Aw. Gonna knit you a beard scarf. You can put it around like a balaclava, because you guys make fun of me when I say baklava. A balaclava? That's what you're getting for Christmas next year. Or your birthday. I think your birthday is around this time of year. If you want more, you have to subscribe to my only tears. Send the link. A girl is desperate. Simping ain't easy. Oh, don't get rocked by that. Where do you think you're going here? Why do you think that's a good idea? I need to get my groove of my rotation. You spawn in a different part in Marine versus whatever easy is. To one shot it would be nice, but I don't think that's in my skill set. Run! Oh, don't hit me. Don't do that. I'm gonna fall over the edge. Run! And we got one more, and then we get the soul cube. Bouncy little bitch. Ah! Can you die? Merp, merp. 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 I got guys behind me, I got guys in front of me. Too many guys. Too many guys. I wonder if we just have to get them 3 times with the soul cube on the more difficult. Or if we gotta get them more than just that. Y'all do not need to spawn. Did I pick that up, or did I get hit at the same time? Come on! Oh, I should have just stayed with the previous heavy hitter. It was not conducive to survival. Why'd you crouch? Bouncy, bouncy, bouncy. I wonder if I just consistently shoot over there starting, if he won't bounce over there. Shit. 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 Gah! don't want to leave these bouncy bastards behind because then they're just gonna come up my butt. I don't want nobody up my butt. They're low on health. But this will resustain us. Don't die, don't die, don't die, you stupid fucking cunt. Don't die. We were close. We were close. Things do hit harder and more difficulty. It takes like twice as much ammo to kill all the little guys. I still don't know if it's gonna be the same amount of hits for the soul cube to the big guy. Go fast. Turn left, Ricky Bobby. Trying. I'm all over the track here. Rubbing his racing. Yeah, you guys think it's a slower game. You guys think it's much less frantic. You're not in my armpits right now sweating. Okay? You're not in my dripping palms. Knees weak. Palms are sweaty. I don't see any of you guys making me spaghetti. So. highly recommend Doom 3 BFG edition. Highly recommend. Just, in my opinion, the best game ever. But opinions are like assholes, and everyone has one. So, take that as you will. Save that for the only pits. I mean, you guys seem to be so convinced that this is so chill. And I'm sweating. Your girl is sweating. I have the stress. I have the death. I have the stress. My body doesn't differentiate that I am not in the Doom guy suit doing the shooting, and I'm just a girl in a chair. An executive chair at that. I meant to change my gun. Maybe we should start with the plasma gun. That one's closer to the soul cube too, less toggles. Oh, I mean, that's not how we meant to start. It's the bufga. Okay, well, that was clearly a well thought out plan of many actions, you know? There's my plasma gun. Get the fuck off me. Get the fuck off me. Get the fuck off my ass! Okay, at this point we're choosing whatever gun we find. Whatever comes into my hands is what we use. He got it. Don't smush me. Don't smush me. Don't do it. Oh, this one takes forever to reload. Fucking fuck. Fuck. I hate running backwards in game. To be fair, I'm not really good at doing it IRL either. Fuck. I blew myself up with the rocket too. That was stunning. That was stunning. You know, all safety regulations, all OSHA violations have gone out the door at this point. I mean, maybe he's just warm and sweaty at this point in time in the game, too. I can relate. If I was wearing a hat, I'd probably take it off right now. Let alone a helmet. That's hot and heavy. Yeah, well, the key to the executive. Dad's bathroom now. I felt so fancy. Rockets are melee weapons. They're whatever you want them to be. Sometimes they're a blow-me-up weapon. Character got bored with life. This one is lovely, but it's slow to reload. But I kind of panic in the start. So maybe it would be best to start with. I just need rapid fire. Yeah, we're just getting written up. We're not getting a full violation because we got the boots. Die. Get off my butt. Dry spatter. She's gonna be a bitch to reload. Should have looked at what was directly in front of and behind it. I think he's right up my ass. There's two of you and like two. Nope, nope. Go back! You fucking. Was it worth it? I don't know. I'm gonna fall over the edge. He's gonna punch me in the head. Oh, 3 of you spawn over here now. Okay. I should have left that until I need it later. Because the soul cube is gonna fill up my health. Ah! He stepped on me. He said, smush. He said, I will crush you like a bug. I need a helmet in the form of a paper bag over my face right now because this is shameful. That's some really nasty squishy gum under there. Ugh. Gotta get some lava to clean it off. He's such a dommy mommy. The way he looks down on you and he just stepped on me. Like, this isn't about survival for him. It's purely kink-based, I think. Just fucking die. The aim does not exist with this one. Reload is so slow. You not gonna spawn? Oh, that was such a good accidental sidestep. No! Don't bonk me. Good aim. Gah! Gah! I think that other guy stopped spawning in the corner over here because he was like, wow, this bitch is weak as fuck. I don't even need to show up to work today. I can call in. No! Fuck! 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 I don't want to use the soul cube on you! That's what I get for pride and ego. Down, down, down. In the burning ring of fire. Went down, down, down. And Doom Guy retired. Damon Mommy. I mean, we don't even know if he's a guy. It could be a girl. It's Maleficent's final form. I mean, all of the big Doom boss characters have kind of the same look, but now that I'm actually, like, looking at him for, like, any definable qualities or traits, looks very, like, H.R. Geiger designed. Which is neat. I never paid much attention to that before. I wonder if he worked on any of these at all, or if they drew inspiration from him. He might have been dead by the time these came out. I don't think he's alive anymore. Where did you come from? Why are you still booping around? I thought we got you. Get it in time! That bothers me. Get out of here, Dewey. You don't want none of this. Yeah. Alright, let's this to that, and then we're gonna try toggling the soul cube that way. Oh, we can't unless it's triggered. It's not gonna be up there. Triggered. Need to use nades more. Maybe nades would be more helpful. We've reached that point in the sucker. Him. I must have just missed him before. Like, the closer I am, the worse my aim is. But, like, I am by no means no sniper. And I'm certainly not sniper elite. Hey, stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that! They're not nice. Where's my force field? Where's my hamster ball? Sheesh. Welcome, elect. I look like the Toy Story girl. Who's the Toy Story girl? The only one I can think of is Jessie, the cowgirl. Demon boss is like, choose your adventure gender. It's whatever you want it to be, baby. Just with lava and stomping. It sounds kinky. The accepting nature of demons that we never expected. Sometimes demons are more human than the humans are. Got a provocative angle walking through the boss's legs each time. Like Zim or Zur just wants to smash. Yeah, Z or Z. I don't know how to put this into words. The boss, whether man or woman, just wants to smash and smash. It's an indecisive girly or boy. We don't know which. Strong start. Alright, back to the shotgun. Shotgun is comfort gun. Probably not the most effective, but comfort gun. Fuck you. You're supposed to crawl up and over. Yes. You. Long range, it's absolutely shit with these guys. I think it's you that I kept forgetting. Get away from me! Stop fucking up my shot, you big goofy galunk! Go to shoot, and he's like, poo! And I'm like, ha! And go to shoot, and he's like, poo! And I'm like, ha! Stop it. It's not nice, it's rude. That's not how you woo me. Okay? Slow and steady wins the race. Excuse me. It's causing me digestional distress. I'm just kidding. Missed. Stopped. I'm the one wanted to start from the beginning, not go and pick up where the final boss was that apparently I left alone on the hard level. And now, my silly little completion points brain says, you gotta get him and then you can play how you want to play. Yeah, miss me, now you gotta... Sploot. That is one woo doom guy. Armor polish and a bouquet of ammo. And a BFG from me to you, my sweet doom guy, Babu. Welcome to Ghost Fedora. We've redeemed an AMA. How does one woo you? In concept, by loving and treating your pets well. And just being an animal lover. That's basically the only human requirement. Just be nice. In concept, okay? I will elaborate on this momentarily. In concept, literally just be nice. I think it's so rare that people are actually nice. Like, genuinely nice anymore. And to just literally be nice. To be honest, to be decent, to be compassionate, to be caring. To be a Girl Scout, you know? Courageous and strong, caring, responsible for what I say and do. Do I have to say the Girl Scout honor promise right now? In reality, there is no wooing me until I'm like 100 because I don't believe in being with someone until I am old and decrepit because then you have no choice but to love me for who I am. And I have no choice but to love you for who you are. And, like, life is much more calm when you're old, you know? There's not, like, all these crazy things going on. You just have to collect your Social Security check and sit on your porch and chill. It's in shambles. It's in shambles. Is that why he's being so mean or she's being so mean? I'm breaking her heart. Yeah, it's no different than, like, 4th grade Serena. Do you like cats? Do you like dogs? Do you like horses? Okay, we can be friends. Precisely. It's that simple. I've told you guys many times. I'm like, how do I meet a girl like you? Volunteer at your local animal shelter. There are at least 5 of me's there. Are we a little crazy? Yes. Is it worth it? Probably. There are some exceptions to the rule. But probably. It's easy peasy lemon squeezy. I mean, depending on the person you are, a little can mean a little or a lot. You have to know your tolerance for crazy before approaching the Serena Nights. You must know yourself and your limits. Is that you behind? You stinky little butthole. This guy crawling up my butt is not making my life happy. He's not. Forgot to change guns. Already basically the Crypt Keeper at 35, so you got the old and decrepit part. It's 1 point in your favor. I love old men. But like geriatric. Not like salt and pepper daddy. Not like freaked out and divorced and having a pre-midlife crisis in your 40s. Like 75 and up, baby. That's my man. I blame my grandpa though. My grandpa was that's where you come from. My grandpa was the greatest man that I ever knew. And he always treated me with kindness and respect and was always a gentleman with me. Like, he ruined all other men for me. And he just ruined my existence. I think that's the most common thing that I hear about Sagittarians in dating or in friendship is that, you know, we're pretty interesting. Fill in your own words for what you'd like to mean interesting. But it's never boring. It's never boring. Yeah, OSHA, where are those safety railings? Just imagine if the boss fell off. Oh, that would be amazing if I could have him like chase me around and then lead him to run off of it. That would be the best. I wonder if there was ever a cheat code for that. Alright, let's go in with this puppy again. Maybe my rotation isn't as good as it could or should or would be. Because I'm going clockwise with it, whereas I usually go counterclockwise. Doesn't really change anything, but your perspective makes a huge difference. Uh-oh. Do you get really close to my butt? Is he like right behind? It sounds like he's breathing down my neck. Oh, look. Ah! I'm panicking. No, 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 no! This was not the move. He's not as close to me as I thought. You, however, you jumpy little spider, what are you training? Are you cosplaying as Lucas? That was not the way to go. That was not the way. That was not the way. That was not. It's anti-clockwise for the Brits in the audience. Oh my goodness. A mature soul, Ghost Fedora. An old soul. Do you know the way? I do know the way. I know the way to die. It is to try. That is the way to die. Okay, back to our originally scheduled attempt at staying alive. Oh, 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 stay alive, stay alive. Where's that other little... I swear if I'm looking, then the other doesn't spawn. Bitch, bitch, bitch. Bitch always has excuses why she can't stay alive. Yeah. I think Doom Guy had a couple of drinks before getting in this arena. Not me, but Doom Guy. We're blaming Doom Guy. How many deaths are we on now? Who's been counting? Who's been counting? Meme said more about your age than anything else. I don't even know what that's from. I just remember my nephew repeating it over and over and over again. And it's a weird little video of like a weird little character, but I don't have like an actual recollection of whatever it would have been. I think it was from Vine. Way after Vine was closed down, my nephew got really into YouTube compilations of Vines. And that's where I first heard it from. Do you know the way? You. 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 And a shitty reload time. Reload! Thank you. Wanted to hit him. Why? Put me back in, coach. They want to grab some more coffee, though. What would Doom Guy's choice of drink be, I wonder? Thinking of strawberry daiquiri. I don't know. Okay, you're all done now. It's a good question. I think a Bloody Mary. But like with a slider and like a pickle and a celery and all the fancy things that go with it. So it's a drink and a sustenance. Fine prove the appeal of short form content so long ago. Makes you wonder how it took YouTube so long to jump on the bandwagon. I think it was probably the theory that just Vine was its own viral trend in and of itself. But that is an interesting observation now that I think about it. Like, how do I want to continue with that sentence? Not long after that, even though short form content wasn't really prioritized, in a way, people still made their own versions of like Vine clips, and Snapchat came about. And Snapchat, I think, used to be capped at like 15 seconds before they opened it up to a minute. It might go over a minute now. But it existed as an evolution from there, but in like a personalized format. Like to send to your friends or post to your friends, not like to the whole world. That is an interesting observation. It's your kind of Bloody Mary. So you even hold the Bloody Mary and just give me the slider and the bacon and the pickle. Oh, man. A hot toddy. What is a hot toddy? I've heard of it, but I've never had it. I don't even know what it would be. I feel like it'd be warmed up whiskey, but I feel like that's wrong. Oh, hot water, whiskey, honey, and I was not wrong. Okay. I don't think I've ever had whiskey. I don't know if I would like that. Especially if he plans to sing the closing credits. Booze, lemon, honey, usually warm, sometimes tea. It sounds like a soothing drink. And relaxing, because alcohol, but soothing. Doom Guy only drinks water so he can drink with his wife, Isabella. Who the hell is Isabella? Who the hell is Isabella? I ain't never heard of this bitch. I'll fight her. That's my man. Mine. Mine? 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 One more, and then we make some more coffee. Start with an Irish whiskey. Is that like with Bailey's in it? I don't particularly like the taste of alcohol, and I don't drink anyway. So I don't think it would be something I would try unless it was made virgin-wise. Unless it was a Virginial beverage. From Virginia. Bloop, 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 bloop. Bloop, 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 bloop. You, I don't know where you come from, but you crawl up my butt. You're the most annoying ass little shit. Quit crawling up my fucking ass. I need to spawn this from the other side. It's gonna hit the... Ah! Wrong target. Didn't hit the big guy. Got the little guy. It's okay. All we have to do is survive and then just do it again, but the right way. Reload. Nope! Boop! Boop! Christ almighty. Did we get him? No. Neither of yous. Guys, chill. 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 Calm down, babe. Calm down. Where did you go? Something else just spawned. I didn't need this in my life. I don't need that. I need to stop running up on him to throw the soul cube, because then he steps on me. It's like I like being underfoot or something. I don't know. I don't know anything about Animal Crossing. I have Animal Crossing muted on my Twitter. Every cam girl and their sister plays Animal Crossing, and something New Horizons, whatever that one is. And that's all I see on my timeline if I don't have it muted. So I have the words muted. Ain't got no safety goggles here. It's another OSHA violation. There has to be a method to the madness here. There just has to be. There's not life without method to the madness. There may be madness, but there's always a method to it. Get off my ass! Oh, I guess that was just a me issue. Throw and run! Throw and run! Nope, no big hug. No big hug. I don't need your love. I have cats. We're good. Reload! The reload on this is glitching and now it's working fast. But I have to trigger it twice. Good God! What's wrong with you? Don't throw things at my butt. Don't have the proper flame retardant gear. No, no, yes. No, don't hit the guy! Ah! Welcome, chat. Welcome to my mental breakdown. Welcome to my emotional crisis. Welcome to Doom. Doom cubed. With the fuck-ass soul cube. You're done. You're done. Reload. Someone just spawned behind me. Two of you spawned behind me. Yeah. Stop. 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 Everyone needs to stop right now. Just stop right now. Just stop. Just stop. I got myself into a wall! I just leaned into my microphone when I screamed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scream into the mic. I didn't mean to. That was a decent run, though. Duplicate that, but don't run into walls. I'm gonna make a little bit more cover, Fifi. Stop. It's not hammer time. No matter what anyone says. Can't just make hammer time hammer time happen. Gosh, Gretchen. You must find your way out of this place, or surely you will die. Yeah, I think we've proven that about 600 times now. I'm that good. I'm just reinforcing points at this point. Okay, need more kavefefe, and then try not to scream into the microphone again this time. Oopsies, I am sorry about that. That was... I don't know how bad that was, but that was not ideal. Not ideal. Aye. I remembered that I forgot to take meds, and then I never actually took meds. And that was an hour ago, when I was supposed to take them 2.5 hours ago. Whoops. Okay. Now coffee. PB is eeping so cute on her chair. So what we're going to consider this phase of stream is like spring training. Like how sports have spring training. A wonderful rest of your night, Ghost Flora. Thank you for popping by. Like how sports have spring training. This is my spring training. Once we complete this, we are ready to go on to the field to redo Eternal. Or maybe just go in chronological order. But this is my spring training. You know, people pay good money to sit in the stands and watch spring training. You guys get it for free. Count yourselves lucky. Write about it in your journal later. Positive points for the day. Attended Serena's spring training camp. It is intense. It's a good game, though. I highly recommend. You must find your way out of this place or you'll surely die. Which is true. A great adventure is waiting for you ahead. Hurry onward, demon spawn, or you'll soon be dead. The journey before you may be long and filled with woe, but you must escape the streamer's ass, so your story can be told. No! It's my story! I'm the author here. They gotta escape. I gotta escape their ass, not the other way around. I haven't played much Uncharted, but my nephew is super into it. And I think I know what you're talking about. There are different points in it where he had my help to get through it, believe it or not. And, I mean, he was like 7 or 8 when he was playing, so that's about my skill level. Fair. But it does get very intense in some parts. Spring training. Whole conversation broke out about the demon spawn that was always up your ass. Dude, this guy's a butt sniffer. He is. He needs to stop. That's don't go there. That's my no-no square. Don't go there. That's my no-no square. It's my personal space, sir. This game is probably why the left trigger is broken. I'm pushing it with the will of my every might, all of my strength, to be able to go a little bit faster than walk. This game is probably what broke it. Not broken per se, but it doesn't function always the best. It's probably because I'm smashing it down. Like white-knuckled force of skill. Oh, you bitch. Oh my god. No prolapse, only collapse. I don't know which is worse. One is treatable, but also unfortunate looking. Hi, Voya. Oh, Voya feels the doom stress, and he's here to provide emotional support. Hi. I love you. Are you wanting to come up? You kind of look like it. Come here. Hi. Come here. Come here. Oh, give me the luck of the giant kitty. You go jump in game. You go get him. Oh, do you need to be baby right now? I went so far away from you guys. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, emotional support Voya here to save the day. He knows when he's needed. He is the man of the hour. He said, oh geez. Mom really needs me. Time to show up for work. The coach had to come into spring training. Gotta analyze the the integrity of the field. Oh, baby boy. Here, you play. You get him. You get him. You just gotta press the buttons. That's all. It's not hard. Oh, I'll take kisses too. Yeah, halftime pep talk. Get your head in the game. Get your head in the game. But, I'm just a girl, Voya. I'm just a girl. You're so cute. You're so cute. Yeah, put me in, coach. I'll get him. I'll bite his ankles. Chase down that guy running up your butt. I'll bite the boss's ankles. He won't be able to step on you. You're such a good man. You would protect mommy. You would chew them all up. You would bite them all in their butts and show them what they're doing to me. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. You're such a good little demon hunter. You're such a good little demon hunter. But you're nice to the good demons, like Slavka. You got an itchy ear. Itchy and scratchy show. I'm trying to help, but it's not enough. Oh, the cheek. He uses the stupidest look on his face when he does that. It's like his eyes get huge. Alright, let's do it for you. Let's do it to it. Oh my goodness. Chair, stabilize yourself. Thank you. Echinacea is so good for a tickle in the throat. Mullein tea, too. We have a lot of echinacea that grows wild out here, and I'd like to forage it one day, but foraging makes me nervous. Like, even if I know something is something, you know, you never know. You don't want to die. Flu bug has been making its rounds. It's that time of year. And the weather changing so much, too. I feel like it makes it much easier for people to get sick. Your sinuses are constantly trying to readapt to everything. That's where that guy comes from. Makes it difficult for your immune system to keep up. Too many changes at one time. He caught up to me. Ringo's dreaming. It sounded like Chauncey for a second. It scared the hell out of me. Diesel did a whine like Chauncey the other day too, and it scared the hell out of me. Questioning reality. I don't know how this is gonna work with you laying on my arm, but we'll try it. We'll try it. I made some mullein tea a couple nights on stream this week. It very, very, very much helps. Admire off-grid living survival stuff. Yo, me too. If you frequent Reddit, look at the homesteaders, different subreddits. There's so much cool stuff on there. I could spend hours reading through all of it. So much valuable information. Oh god, that's not helpful. What are you doing? What are you doing? You just want to sit and be weird? Look here! I don't know what that word is. Demons? I know that you're down and out, but I don't know what 8Y is. By the power of the 411 emergency line. Mighty catnip. I know you can do this, said Voya. He only speaks in Leet. I mean, that makes sense. He's hard to understand sometimes. What would 411 be? That one my mind won't translate. Can you decide your spot? Okay. All. Oh, how did that not connect? That seems very obvious now. The almighty catnip. I know you can do this. Aw, what sweet words from a sweet man. A couple of the words had to be questionable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be from a cat. Oh god, I don't even know what I just paused at. The right time to get stepped on. Thanks. He looks satisfied with himself. He's giving me the boss man face. And Demon, Serena, same thing. Same thing. I guess Demon doesn't end with an A, though. I could have made that perception. The message has been delivered. Bomb has been planted. Bly, I am a kraken from the sea. Fuck with me. Let's do a grenade round. Obviously, we're not making any progress. So let's just fuck around. Do a couple more fuck rounds, try a couple more serious, and then we'll bop down with story time for GG. Because the boss man is making bedtime face. That is just slander. That is truly slander. That hurt my feelings. You got timed out by Automod for quoting CS. I cry tears over that. That was disrespectful. Ungodly. Unkind. Is this the way? Do we now know the way? He spawned from somewhere over here, I swear. No, maybe not. Okay. Ignorance is bliss then. So far it's working. Voya, this is not the time for ridiculous. It's not the time. We might be onto something here. Like, truly. Actually. Oh, maybe not for that guy. Oh, shit. He got me cornered. Fucker! No! I was in a divot of the rocks that was like this, that I could have curved myself out of, except he was directly in front of me. That hurt my feelings. I'm trying another grenade round. I think I'm onto something there. I think so. Not again, but we will never forget the moment of such disgust. Such disgust. No, not again. Like, wait, did I miss something? I'm good at that sometimes. It was rude. I'm gonna build an AI that's gonna have words with AI auto mod. To let it know directly. Do not fuck with the cryogenics. Learn it now and learn it good. Oh, you got too close too fast. That's what I get for turning around and being a little fucking tourist. I love when they explode how high they go. It's like someone just launched a fucking rocket under their ass. It's hilarious. Makes me laugh. In my head, because I don't think I actually LOL'd. How far down? No, back, 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 back. Throw! No, don't fucking kill me! Nades. Shit. Is that a 2-for-1? If we can do this, I will cry in shock. There's no way this will work. Unless there is a way this will work, but like... Really? I think this is the longest standing survival so far. There's 2. 39 grenades left. There, hit him 3 times and that does it, or we hit him 3 times and then the 4th time does it. Assuming it's the same as the easy run. I mean, I'm burning myself a little bit with the nades, but nothing like bad in comparison to like dying every 2 seconds before. Did he turn around? I think so. Oh god. There's 3. And I got rocketied. Oh shit. Now it's not gonna... Oh no. I'm just running and throwing. A bitch is running and throwing. Running and throwing. Running and throwing. And grab that shit. Throw. Oh my god, really? Really? Now we're going the other way and I don't really like that, but... That did not work with all grenades. No fucking way. I feel jilted. I try so hard. I'm not good, but I try. I enjoy the trying. I enjoy the learning. I enjoy the strategizing. I enjoy figuring it all out. I enjoy being the best that I can be at being the worst that I am. And we did that with grenades! Just fucking around! You guys are all thinking, so she crashes out over this. Everything else that's happened in life and she crashes out over this. I am floored! We did not do that with grenades! Why was that an option? Why didn't I read about that anywhere? Am I the first of my kind to accomplish this? I know I'm screaming right now, and I'm sorry to you guys and to Voya and to everyone in the house and possibly my neighbors, but I don't know how to have a normal volume right now. I've never been so shocked in my life. You'd go like that, and I'll just fall on the floor right now. No fucking way. I need a moment to process this before I can close my mouth. I'm sorry. That didn't just happen. There's no way that just happened. There's no way that worked. I'm hitting puberty that I'm freaking out so hard. Well. Okay, I'm going down in volume now. Okay. I mean, like, that was cool, but I don't know if that was high effort or low effort. I don't know how to feel about myself right now. I don't know if that... I don't feel like I tried, but I know I tried. But we did it so fuck around and frou la la silly. And it worked. No way. Okay, I'm sorry. I missed everything that was happening here because I was screaming. Otherwise it'll become cryogenics. No! No tears and no freezing yourself. Need some cartoon sound effects when they get blasted into the air. Acme demands it. How the heck does Doom Guy carry so many grenades? Well, he's actually like a skinny mini stick figure green bean underneath all that armor. He just has grenades packed all over like someone smuggling drugs, and that's why he looks so swollen thick. It's really just grenades under the uniform. So it looks like he's, scratching his ass, but really that was the winning shot. Thank you. Thank you. Bravo indeed. Holy shit. Wow. Fuck around and find out is always the way. I mean, generally, in normal life, yes. But in games, and because I'm a bad gamer, I'm very aware of this. There's a method to the madness for everything. You figure out the sequence of events for the order of operations that gets the objective complete, And you practice that by dying over and over again, and then you reach a point of success. That was not what I don't even know if I'm proud of that, which sounds so stupid, but like I didn't try. Like I did, I aimed, but it was, the methodology wasn't there. I was just throwing grenades. How do I sleep with myself tonight? I don't know. This is the crazy we come here for. Oh, we just need all grenade rounds from here on out. Jesus Christ. Yeah, tis but a scratch. Better late than never on this whole puberty thing, I guess. You know, maybe I'll get a little taller. Maybe I'll get a little more boobs. That would be nice. Girl's got a mean fastball. Damn straight, apparently. Grenade 6-pack, got it. Why is this getting flagged? That's so rude. That's part of why I want chat on screen too, because there's stupid things that shouldn't get flagged. Or things that stupidly shouldn't get flagged. Let me rephrase that. What did it get zapped under? Weapons. That's supposed to be unfiltered. It's already toggled off. AI mod just went overboard on that one. Because it's toggled off to be unfiltered. I'll toggle it again, but... Excuse me. It's not supposed to be filtered. Because I turned it off when I wanted Bomb Has Been Planted to come through. AI mod is just... being rude tonight. AI mod is jealous that he can't play like me. Can't just murk a boss in a nade round like me. See, now, like, I'm gonna have an ego. Uh-oh. Can't be a day if I'm not getting AI modded. No one got bonked for, like, a good 2 or 3 months. We can remember the good times and be grateful for them. Name changing to Cryo. No! I'll get you a tissue. Don't cry. I got a shoulder for you right here if you need to, but don't cry. Don't cry. It's not anti-you, but I really don't like that it's so targeting. I swear on my life it's put to not moderate weapons, though. I don't know why it did. I don't know. Let me look at it one more time, but it's set correctly. There's no way that happened. That was gonna be my that's gonna be my shining glory of my streaming career. Moderation. Custom. Weapons. Unfiltered. I mean, it says it was flagged for weapons. Could it be also in terms of... No, it wouldn't apply to violence. It's being flagged as weapons. I don't know. I don't know. That is one reason I do like having chat on screen, though, because then we can just pretend it wasn't deleted. But that's ridiculous because it's set to unfiltered. And yet it filtered. For shame. You know, of course I like did this amazing thing on a night where I don't do my hair, I don't dress up, GG's. But you know what? There's a positive to this. Anyone who comes across that clip of my glory, once I get it posted everywhere it needs to, they'll just simply be impressed when they actually tune into my stream. And I am a bit more less of a beast looking. It's clever marketing. Times they are a-changin'. Okay, Bob Dylan. Remember this grenade stat for when you take the next difficulty up. Yeah. Can we just, like, use grenades through all of Zoom, Jesus. All of Doom everywhere? Like, only grenades ever? That was way too effective. That was the second try of it, right? We tried it once and then I dyed it. And then we tried it again, I think, and that's when it worked. Might have been a third time. I did not do my hair tonight. It is not as fluffy as it could be. Usually it's like twice as floof. But I put more leave-in conditioner in it tonight, and I didn't want to hit it with any heat. So it's usually much more fluffy naturally, but it's pretty calm because there's some conditioner weighing it down. It's very, very floof. I can't believe that worked. Oh, thank you. It looked okay tonight. The curls are in the right places to make sense instead of like zzz out the side of my head. Very rarely can I tolerate the full floof or even half the floof. But tonight I was okay with it. I was about to put my hair in braids. I brought these out here and then I brushed it out and I was like, you know what? I don't hate it. It's not the best it could be, but I don't hate it. So I left it. I am enjoying this color. It'll be fun for the next few weeks until we go more blonde and more blonde and more blonde. Blonde is a process. Well, dang, you have long credits. Turned off my controller. You'll miss it. You gotta enjoy it while it lasts. We may have it for a little bit longer. I want to assess the damage level and integrity. It's pretty consistently healthy. But we'll assess the damage level and integrity when the beginning of March rolls around. If we need to leave it longer, we'll leave it longer. I'm not going to take chances with ruining my hair, and frying it out and making it crappy. Otherwise, the blonde that I want will just look like shit, and what's the point of doing it? That actually worked. I am befuddled. I am befuddled. I can't stop looking at the game and like trying to comprehend that it's back at the title screen. And that worked. I know I'm hyper fixating on that, but I really like, I know it happened, but I can't believe it. I'm not trying to say it as a flex. I really am trying to come to terms with it. I can't believe that worked. I don't know how that worked. That was neat. But it doesn't feel like I put in the effort that I prefer to. That's okay, though. It was fun. I guess I do kind of have my own level of, I'm now realizing, perfectionism, I guess, but on a deeper level. Competitiveness, but with myself. I knew I was always comparable with myself of like, okay, yesterday Serena did this. Today, Serena, how can you be better? And to each day, to each day, to each day. But I think I do have a level of competitiveness with myself that I never considered, of feeling like I earned it by mapping my way through it and finding the idiosyncrasies of the path and the right weaponry and all of the little pieces of the puzzle that go into getting there. I think that is kind of a competitive nature. And maybe that's why it feels a little bit weird. I absolutely agree with that. Being competitive with yourself is the most healthy form of competition. It's the only person you need to compete with is the person you were yesterday. Not so-and-so down the street, not so-and-so on Instagram, not so-and-so on Twitter, not so-and-so on Kick or Twitch or anywhere. Just yesterday you. Reading that at a formative age, my late teens or early 20s, was probably one of the best things that I ever read. Like, oh, that's interesting. Because I think we all have this bit of keeping up with the Joneses inside of us where, you know, they have this and I want to be able to do this too. Or they can ascertain this, and I want to be able to ascertain this too, and that's not worth it. It's not worth it. I can flex. I earned it. With these Doom Guy guns. I'm marveled. That didn't work, but that did. It did. It really did. I can't wait to tell my dad about that. If it was a decent time right now, I would call him. I can't wait to tell him about that. I'm gonna call and check in on Daisy tomorrow. That was obnoxious. I'm gonna call and check on Daisy tomorrow, and I'm gonna tell him about it. See if I have to go over to help her with her pill. Help him with her pill. So when you push something off for tomorrow, Serena, does that mean you're winning the competition against yourself? Yes. I never thought about it that way, and I'm going to hold on to that mantra. I like that. I like that concept. That's a solid theory, a positive practice. Winning! Morph into Charlie Sheen. It's probably more like outsourcing. Equally true. I am my own bitch. I am my own assistant. I am my own mother, father, boss, etc. That is equally true. It means I'm winning the competition against myself, and I'm outsourcing. But I'm outsourcing to an already depleted supply. But that means yesterday Serena was less depleted. So yes, I'm still winning the competition against myself. Don't you love girl math? I can think myself into circles and like still come out on top. I love girl math. Girl math is the best. Do this job with less pay in half the time. Welcome to the current economy. To not get stuck in that boat, you never show anyone how good you actually are at your job. Because once everyone knows how good you are at everything, then you become responsible for everything, and indispensable and indisposable, but not rewarded as such, just used and abused as such. Never show anyone how good you are at anything. That's why I'm bad at games. I just gave you guys a sneaky peek taste of who I really am tonight. I'm just kidding. That was a one-off that will never happen again. I'm still shocked. You could blow me over with a feather right now. A 5-ounce bird cannot carry a 1-pound coconut. I mean, would the bird want to eat the coconut anyway? What's the bird even doing with the coconut? I think the bird has better use of its time. I've never heard that saying. It was the instant coffee. That's what got it done. I can't take all the credit for it. Why don't you pop? It's rude. Okay, as soon as I stop, like, internally, mostly, and wildly externally shaking, we're gonna bop down with Gigi. I'm, like, genuinely in shock. I don't understand. You could grip it by the husk. I don't think I've ever touched a raw coconut. Are they really that, like, having an almost built-in handle? I feel like coconuts are heavy, but I've never felt one before. I guess it depends on how big it is. I feel like I'm thinking way too hard about this. But the other option is to figure out what the hell I just did in Doom, and that's just as confusing. I don't know what happened there. I don't know what happened there. They're heavy if they still have the liquid in them. Fresh coconut milk or coconut water is so good though. It's so good. It's so good. It's not a question of where he grips it. It's a simple question of weight ratios. Well, okay, that's fair. You're not wrong. I concede. You own the logic for this one, Dom. He could try, but he couldn't do it. What if two swallows carried it with a twine? You don't remember the exact quote? I've never heard this quote at all before. Where is it? They're gonna call their hawk and owl and eagle friends. Say, bring me this coconut. Droll me a sheep. Bring me a coconut. What is this? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Excuse me. Ugh, being so good at games is just exhausting. Where'd you go, browser source? Okay. Bloop. Give me the full quote. That's my good. Well, why not? It's been so long since I've watched. I don't think I was even witty enough to understand it when I heard it. The little bugger could outsource. Call upon his friends. Ego just went to 11. Victory serene, riding the high. I have like the mild tremors of adrenaline from trying and then shock from succeeding. Pops up on Netflix on occasion. I have it on VHS. I can watch it anytime. I have the... Well, I guess there's not a monitor set up in there, but I could still find a way to rig it to the computer and another external monitor. It would be easy peasy, because the VHS is hooked up in Tank's room. What is next on the horizon? I've been enjoying us bopping around through PC games. However, I'm a-thinking this would be 2015 Doom? I think I want to do chronological Doom next, as far as console games go. Something in my head says 2015 about Doom. Whether that's true or not. Well, that's Dr. Doom. Oh, it came out in 2016, but it was revealed in 2015. So this one is a reboot? And then I want to retry. I want to start over in Eternal again. So I got stuck in that one, and I think I just need to, like, go back to the beginning, rebrush up on everything that I needed to know and learn. Because I disassociated through, like, the first 3 chapters of the game. I was just so focused on staying alive, I don't even know what happened. Except that I stayed alive. I think it would be valuable to go back and figure everything out a bit more. To jump back into it further. Doom 4. is what they refer to it as bigly. Is it really a remake of the original? Or reboot? Why it was so important? Because Serena wants to play it. That's why.
Doom 2016 is unabashed.
Oh, there's already like weapon similarity
Doom.
between Eternal and this one. So I think it would be good to play this before Eternal.
Very violent. It has secrets.
Tankers could be watching Monty Python in a loop all day, every day. He
It's a
could.
little scary. It has mobs of bloodthirsty.
Should pick out a list from my collection and give him a movie day.
Big guns.
Yeah, I really did not use the shotgun much
And it
in
looks
starting
insane.
and going through Eternal.
The characteristics of Doom
And I love the
are
shotgun. I just didn't feel like it was a very effective weapon for me to be using. But I rarely learned the mechanics of it then. But I didn't have a lot of success using it. So I avoided it. Because that goddamn meat hook did not hook me.
Re-embracing the Doom template and pushing it forward.
Oh, that's a big long video.
However, it wasn't that long ago when the run-and-gun stylings Doom popularized were seen as a thing of the past. And
Never. We don't leave the past in the past, Pumbaa. Okay, so we're gonna go with 2016, because otherwise I'm just getting the pre-info info. It's a reboot of the franchise or a reboot of like a modern version of the original, so to speak. And why they call it 4 without putting a 4 on there bothers me, but maybe they mean like 4 letters, like they think people would be that smart and well-rounded. Or maybe I'm just trying to make it make sense. I'm connecting the dots where they look like they connect versus where they actually connect. I think they just mean a reboot to the series. There's a lot of mechanisms in here that are built upon in Eternal. I was very ambitious. I'm surprised I got so far through Eternal without knowing any of this or playing any of this farther. Or before. Doom takes place on Mars in 2149. The Union Aerospace Corporation, UAC, operates a facility to exploit an energy seeping from hell, an alternate dimension populated by hostile life forms known as demons, Slavkas. To solve an energy crisis on Earth, the UAC constructed Argent Tower to extract and refine raw hell energy into Argent energy, which deteriorates the physical and mental health of the facility staff and allowed transit to and from hell. After discovering that Argent energy had properties that define the understanding of physics, the UAC began occult research into Argent energy and hell and the demons, and its staff who began to worship and cybernetically modify. One of us, one of us. So is Doom Guy not Doom Guy anymore as of Doom 4? Is he now the Slayer? Or am I misunderstanding that? It's a reboot of the franchise because they started that whole kind of arena play style. Ah. And they went 12 years without releasing a new game. I feel like games cycle like roughly every 4 years at most when they have continuations. But I mean, Doom has been around so long. The first one I think is 93 or before. Yahoo's infiltrating me. That someone in the FBI has taken over my computer and is infiltrating me with a lack of Google. Because Google is the best, right? Oh, what was I looking up? It was 1993. Aww. See, I had to spawn so Doom could spawn. I was born November 23rd. And just a couple of weeks later, Doom was born. I had to walk so that Doom could run. All comes down to me. Oh, there's going to be a different soundtrack to it? That must not have had good reception because Eternal is more metally again. Didn't, Disturbed do music for Doom 3? Oh, then they allowed the use of guitar again. Okay. Oh, there's a VR version of Doom. Holy shit. You guys see me dodging and weaving and screaming with just a controller. Can you imagine? If I'm actually seeing the big guy's boot come down on me? Oh, God. You don't want that. You don't want that. Ooh, 3 new maps. Oh. And we're... See, that's why you don't play games when they first come out. Because you wait a while and then there's more shit. But free! Eventually overtook Uncharted 4 and Overwatch. That's amazing. Bless you. Bless you. Bless you. To encourage players to use other weapons. No. Grenades only. Only grenades. Only nades. I like that as a next starting point. That's good. Does some good stuff right there. We'll forever be Doom Guy in our hearts. Aww. 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 That is true. That's, I think, what I like most about Doom 3 is that it's like a set storyline outline that you don't have to really... It's an open world, technically, but you don't have to really run around as if it were an open world. You can just follow the path of the storyline, basically. And really just the arena points are only the boss battles. They've secluded it to that. But it's also the layout of the game, too. You're inside of a spaceship. You have only inside of this, not spaceship, but space facility on the planet, and you only have so much space to move around. So they constructed the game to be more of a classic shooter perspective quite well in that way, to where it complements the environment and it doesn't feel like an awkward playstyle. But that is a very good point. It's more similar to like a Wolfenstein playthrough versus more doomy. Doom, doom, doom. Forever Doom Guy in our hearts. I still cannot believe that shit. That will never happen again in my life. That is the one cool moment. The universe said, Serena, you get one. You don't know when, you don't know how, you don't know where, but you get one. And there it was. And just unfollow now. It does not get better from here. That was the most that I could ever do. I am marveled. Alright, I need a human moment really quick. I don't know if I'm just feeling yuck. And when I come back, we'll bop down for story time with Miss Gigi. Miss Gigi. My body said you got too cocky, girl. Time to humble you. I still can't believe that. Took a medical for mine. Should be good now. I did kind of take my time there. I cannot believe that. I want to try and rip that to YouTube tonight. I really cannot wait to tell my dad about that, and I want to be able to show him without like having to scroll through my stream. And I just want it there, like ASAP. I can't wait to tell my dad. That's so lame, but I don't care. Part of the reason this game is so special to me is because I watched him play it so much growing up. And whenever he got to final boss, he always used God mode and unlimited ammo. I don't think he ever did it organically. And my one thing I've ever, I guess, been better than him at, but not really, because I would say that he's a better gamer than I am in general. Like, he aims better, he understands the layout of the arenas, etc. better. But he's not patient, and I'm patient. And this is the one game that I've ever bested him at. Can't win at checkers, but I can win at Doom. I cannot wait to tell him. Not as like a brag, but like as an exciting. I'm not going to throw it in his face like, look what I did and you can't even play off of God mode. Just like, look, this game that we both love. I'm betting 10 cents. Because I'm willing to lose, but not willing to lose that much. I'm betting 10 cents that he's going to reinstall Doom onto his computer now and try it after I tell him. My dad is easily influenced that way. I bet 10 cents. I'm willing to lose 10 cents. Alright, let's go see Miss Gigi. Story time. Story time. I'm gonna take this down just so it's not like in my face. I still can't believe that worked. That actually worked. No way. No way, Jose. It did. That was incredible. It was marvelous. We did good, Club Cult. With our powers combined, we defeated the boss. Boy, it really was all you. You brought your good luck up. And we are eternally grateful. That running again. It shouldn't die on us. Shouldn't is the operative. Smoosh. Smoosh, smoosh, smoosh. Connect. Connect 4. I really did not make my bed today. Like, I was so... My blankets are thrown off to the side. Like, stacked. I was so frazzled when my dad called me this morning. Like, Melissa, I'm awake. I'm awake. I've never been that awake waking up before. Except for maybe when I lived at home and I'd hear, Serena, wake up. That's a bit daunting. That's a bit much. In his defense, though, I'm not a good waker-upper. Once I get to the sleep, I like to stay at the sleep. Tank test. Tinky, 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 tinky test. Perfect. Perfect. I need some chapstick from having so much mouth breathing. How? I'm still marveled. I'm immensely marveled. I'm gonna lose audio for a second, then I will flip us over. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Ziki loves laying on that bathrobe. I did not mean to leave my bathrobe in here, but Ziki is loving laying on it. Gunther was snuggling on it last night, too. Where's Boya? Boy. Oh, he's right behind the mirror. Like, perfectly right behind it, so I can't see him. Oh wait, I want to pause this for Mr. Bean. He seems to just not like the music in the background. He's not a fan. He's not a fan. Do your thing, Num. It was nice to see you. I hope the rest of your night goes wonderfully. Thank you for your time tonight. My squeaky chair thanks you too. Tie my flannel. I might want to grab a sweater. I don't know if this is gonna be warm enough and on the cold floor. I don't want to read with chattery teeth. I am shooketh. I cannot believe that. I cannot believe it. Welcome, Space. You clipped it? Oh my god. You're awesome. Thank you. Thank you. You are wonderful. You're amazing. You're incredible. Awesome human alert. Awesome human alert. You are the best for that. I would imagine it was longer than 3 minutes, but I don't actually know. I have no perception of time mid-game. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Take it easy. Slow ride, take it easy. Give all the kittens smooches for ya. Oh, heck. We gotta look at it when we come back up. We gotta relive the glory of the moment. Get Father TV into the modern times. Get him on kick. Yeah. I wonder if he would ever do like on his own. I don't think with me, unless maybe a mobile stream. I don't know. He's always like, don't put me on camera, which respect. I wouldn't do that to someone who doesn't want it. But I wonder if he would ever do his own little like mini faceless stream of something. Wonder if you could learn the Doom theme, like the from Doom 3. That would be neat. Special guest, maybe. Maybe. Oh, I'm gonna want my water too. You keep your stream on, Sleeping Space. You first. Then we can both snuggle together. Hi, Slavka. Slavka concurs. I don't even know what my reaction was at the end. That was organic and probably quite unhinged. Probably as close as a crash out. Aw, PB. As close to a crash out as I'll get online. That was... I was floored, literally. I was on the floor. I was on the floor, floored. I'm collecting a lot of things as we go here. A little dragon. Just collecting gems as we go. Hi, Slavka. You're a big talker tonight. She's saying thank you for divvying out all the bowls everywhere to a roommate situation instead of a everyone's sibling situation. They really were less grumpy at mealtime last night and this morning too. I'm curious how tonight is going to be. Why am I trying to zip that? Hello, little talker. Hello. You got Furk. Hey, girlfriend. You are awesome for clipping that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's immortalized at least in one place now. Now it's up to me to immortalize it everywhere else. I don't know if I'm impressed until I watch it back, but for now, I am amazed. I mean, my dad records his videos faceless. The older ones, his face is in, but I think he feels self-conscious now, like he feels old or something. Ow. He probably got sick of the Breaking Bad comments. So he does all of his YouTube videos faceless now. Hi, Gigi. Hi, sweet girl. I have to calm my energy. Hello, sweetness. Hello, sweetness. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. That's why I wonder if you'd be willing to be a part of something, like just as a little brief, cute moment, if he chose to be faceless. Like, I don't think he'd want to be a part of an IRL stream, but if we had a little guitar happy hour, that'd be cool. Yeah, Heisenberg playing guitar. Well, it's his fault. He did a song from the show and it went viral. And then everyone commented that he looks like dude from Breaking Bad. He looks like Walter White. And he does. Like, he just does. You probably got sick of the comment. Oh, did I change our categories back? I don't think I did. How does one do this? It would help to spell it right. Oh, that's not going to work from here. And I'm not logged into Twitch on this device. I'm gonna run upstairs really quick and I'll fix it. Yo, Mr. White. Got a bunch of, I mean, I guess be a little self-conscious too if I had a bunch of Jesse Pinkwins in my chat, in my comment section. Welcome, Cammy. Hope you're having a lovely night so far. Getting it out of your system in the event it happens in the future. No, you guys can say it. I just won't show him the comments. I think it's cool, but he hasn't seen the show, so I don't think he understands how deep the connection is. Hi, Miss Jeej. My pretty girl. Hi. It's okay. Give her churro and then I'll swap our categories and then we'll read a bit further. I approximated out with how much we have left to what I would assume would be each nightly portion. And I think I deduced that we have like 6 days left of this, which is crazy. But we're gonna reevaluate Gigi's progress. She really likes the chicken ones. This Sunday again. Hi, pretty girl. Hi, pretty girl. A plate a day keeps the pharaohs at bay. Here you go, Mama. There you go. He's a good girl. Okay, let me know if you guys spy a Gigi here in a minute. Oh, Tank wants some lovin's when we're done in here. Tank says, Mama. Tank says, Mama. 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 I'll be right back. You're okay about that. My baby girl. Did she steal a snack with you guys? No, she said, shy baby. They call me shy baby, but I don't fucking care. Tank, hold on, we'll be right in, honey. Order of operations. And it's all Kurt goofing around. My little silly goobers. My little silly goobers. Yeah, he did it completely unknowingly. Like, it's just a classic rock song that he enjoys and relearned and put up in a professional cover capacity, and it just so happened to go a little viral and get a bunch of Walter White comments. It is kismet. Like, he could use it to his advantage if he actually cared about growing his channel, but his YouTube is literally just for him. So he has a catalog of everything that he's done. I don't know. He has a cool perspective with everything he posts. Like, over the last 10 years, he's been relearning every song that he once learned, but properly, like exactly how the professionals play it. And it's been a really cool journey for him. I think he's really enjoyed it. And then being able to like post it in that perfectly learned capacity. Because he used to try and memorize all these things. And he's like, at this point of time in life, I learn it, play it perfect, and forget it. And that's probably a good way to approach a hobby. One of the feet on this tripod is not gripping. There we go. I think it's cool that he puts all that together. And that he's willing to put in the work to like relearn all of that too. It's admirable. Chapter 17. After a fairly shaky start to the day, Arthur's mind was beginning to reassemble itself from the shell-shocked fragments of the previous day had left him with. There he found a new pneumatic machine, which provided him with a plastic cup filled with a liquid that was almost, but not quite, entirely unlike tea. The way it functioned was very interesting. When the drink button was pressed, it made an instant but highly detailed examination of the subject's taste buds, a spectroscopic analysis of the subject's metabolism, and then sent tiny experimental signals down the neural pathways to the taste centers of the subject's brain to see what was likely to go down well. However, no one knew quite why it did this. Body's doing a fake out, making me feel like I'm gonna puke, but I can't puke because I took medical bromide in time. Ha ha, fuck you, buddy. I win. However, no one knew quite why it did this because it invariably delivered a cup full of liquid that was almost, we were already there. The new traumatic system was designed and manufactured by the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation, whose complaints department now covers all the major landmasses of the first 3 planets in the Sirius Tau star system. Arthur drank the liquid and found it reviving. He glanced up at the screens and watched past a few more 100 miles of gray, barren grayness slide past. It suddenly occurred to him to ask a question that had been bothering him. Is it safe? He said. Agrathia has been dead for 5 million years, said Zaphod. Of course it's safe. Even the ghosts will have settled down and raised families by now. At which point a strange and inexplicable sound thrilled suddenly through the bridge. A noise as of distant fanfare. A hollow, reedy, unsubstantial sound. It preceded a voice that was equally hollow, reedy, and insubstantial. The voice said, "Greetings to you." Someone from the dead planet was talking to them. "Computer," shouted Zaphod. "Hi there. What in the photon is it?" "Oh, just some 5 million-year-old tape that's been broadcasting at us." "A what? A recording?" "Shush," said Ford. "It's carrying on." The voice was old, courteous, almost charming, but was underscored with quite mistakable menace. "This is a recorded announcement," it said, "as I'm afraid we're all out at the moment. The Commercial Council of Magrathia thanks you for your esteemed visit, a voice from ancient Magrathia shouted. Zaffin, okay, said Ford. But regrets, continued the voice, that the entire planet is temporarily closed for business. Thank you. If you would like to leave your name and the address of a planet where you can be contacted, please speak when you hear the tone. A short buzz followed, then silence. They want to get rid of us, said Trillian nervously. What do we do? It's just a recording, said Zaphid. We keep going. Got that, computer? I got it, said the computer, and gave Ship an extra kick of speed. They waited. After a second or so, the fanfare came on once again, and so the voice. We would like to assure you that as soon as our business has resumed, announcements will be made in all fashionable magazines and color supplements, when our clients will once again be able to select what's best in contemporary geography. The menace in the voice took on a sharper edge. Meanwhile, we ask our clients for their kind interest and would ask them to leave. Now. Arthur looked round the nervous faces of his companions. Well, I suppose we better get going then, hadn't we? He suggested. Shh, said Zaphid. There's absolutely nothing to be worried about. And why is everyone so tense? They're just interested, shouted Zaphid. There's absolutely nothing to be worried about. My brain just skipped lines. They're just interested, shouted Zaphid. Computer, start a descent into the atmosphere and prepare for landing. This time the fanfare was quite perfunctory, and the voice now distantly cold. It is most gratifying, it said, that your enthusiasm for our planet continues unabated, and so we would like to assure you that the guided missiles currently converging with your ship are part of a special service we extend to all of our most enthusiastic clients, and the fully armed nuclear warheads are, of course, a mere courtesy detail. We look forward to your custom in future lives. Thank you. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Yeah, we multi-streaming, can we? We're in two spots at once. Multitudes of existence. The voice snapped off. Oh, said Trillian. Said Arthur. Well, said Ford. Look, said Zaphid. Will you get it into your heads? This is just a recorded message. It's millions of years old. It doesn't apply to us. Get it? What? Said Trillian quietly. About the missiles. Missiles? Don't make me laugh. Ford tapped into Zaphid on the shoulder and pointed at a rear screen. Clear in the distance behind them were two silver darts that were climbing through the atmosphere towards the ship. A quick change of magnification brought them into close focus. Two massively real rockets thundering through the sky. The suddenness of it was shocking. I think they're going to have a very good try at applying to us, said Ford. Zaphid stared at them in astonishment. Hey, this is terrific, he said. Someone down there is trying to kill us. Terrific, said Arthur. But don't you know what this means? Yes, we're going to die. But apart from that, apart from what? It means we must be on to something. How soon can we get off it? Second by second, the image of the missiles on the screen grew larger. They had swung round now on the direct homing course. That was all that could be seen beneath. All could be seen of them was now the warheads, head on. It's just a matter of interest, said Trillian. What are we going to do? Just keep cool, said Zaphid. Is that all? Shouted Arthur. No, we're going to, take evasive action, said Zaphid with a sudden access of panic. Computer, what evasive action can we take? None, I'm afraid, guys, said the computer. Or something, said Zaphid. He said. There seems to be something jamming my guidance signals, explained the computer brightly. Impact minus 45 seconds. Please call me Eddie if that will help you to relax. Zaphid tried to run in several equally decisive directions simultaneously. Right, he said. We've got to get manual control of this ship. Can you fly her? Asked Ford pleasantly. No. Can you? No. Trillian, can you? No. Fine, said Zaphid, relaxing. We'll do it together. I can't either, said Arthur, who felt it was time to begin to assert himself. I'd guessed that, said Zaphid. Okay, computer, I want full manual control now. You got it, said the computer. Several large desk panels slid open, and banks of control consoles sprang up on them, showering the crew with bits of expanded polystyrene packaging and balls of rolled-up cellophane. These controls had never been used before. Zappit stared at them wildly. "Okay, Ford," he said. "Retro thrust and 10 degrees starboard, or something." "Good luck, guys," chirped the computer. "Impact minus 30 seconds." Ford leapt to the controls. Only a few of them made any immediate sense to him, so he pulled those. The ship shook and screamed as its guidance rocket jets tried to push every which way simultaneously. He released half of them, and the ship spun around again in a tight arc and headed towards the way which it had come, straight towards the oncoming missiles. Air cushions ballooned out of the walls, and in an instant everyone was thrown against them. For a few seconds, and the inertial forces held them flattened and squirming for breath, unable to move. Saf had struggled and pushed in manic desperation, and finally managed a savage kick at the small lever that had formed as part of the guidance system. The lever snapped off. The ship twisted sharply and rocketed upward. The crew were hurled violently across the cabin. Ford's copy of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy smashed into another section of the control console, with the combined result that the guide started to explain to anyone who had cared to listen about the best ways of smuggling an Antarean parakeet glands out of the antares. An anterior parakeet gland was stuck on the small stick of its revolting but much sought-after cocktail delicacy, and very large sums of money are often paid by very rich idiots who want to impress other very rich idiots. And the ship suddenly dropped out of the sky like a stone. Ruh-roh. 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 Ruh-roh, ruh-roh. Maybe if you use the infinite improbability drive. Yeah, why aren't we? Ship computer named Eddie. We gotta tag him in this. Someone put @Eddie in my title. Someone comment in the next Kick Talks. It was, of course, more or less at this moment that one of the crew sustained a nasty bruise on the upper arm. This should be emphasized because it had already been revealed they escaped otherwise, uncompletely unharmed, and the deadly nuclear missiles do not eventually hit the ship. The safety of the crew is absolutely assured. Impact minus 20-second, guys. Now I feel bad for it being Eddie, and I'm like, little girl voice for what the computer is saying in pleasantry. Oops. Impact minus 20-second, guys. Is that how I should be speaking as the computer? Turn the bloody engines back on, bawled Zaphod. Oh, sure thing, guys, said the computer. With a subtle roar, the engines cut back in, and the ship smoothly flattened out of its drive and headed back towards the missiles again. The computer started to sing. I closed my bottle so tight. When you walk through the storm, it whined nasally. Hold your head up high. Zaphod screamed at it to shut up, but his voice was lost in the din of what quite naturally was assumed to be approaching destruction. And don't be afraid of the dark, Eddie wailed. The ship, in flattening out, had in fact flattened out upside down and was lying on the ceiling, so it were now totally impossible for any of the crew to reach the guidance systems. At the end of the storm, crooned Eddie. The two missiles loomed massively on the screens as they thundered towards the ship. It was a golden sky, but by extraordinary lucky chance they had not yet fully corrected their flight plans to that of a radically weaving ship, and they passed right under it. And the sweet silver song of the lark. Revised impact time, 15 seconds, fellas. Walk on through the wind. The missiles banked around in a screeching arch and plunged back in pursuit. This is it, said Arthur, watching them. We are now quite definitely going to die, aren't we? Wish you'd stop saying that, shouted Ford. Well, we are, aren't we? Yes. Walk on through the rain, sang Eddie. A thought struck Arthur. He struggled to his feet. Why doesn't anyone turn this improbability drive thing? Turn on this improbability drive thing, he said. We could probably reach that. What are you, crazy? Said Zaphod. Without proper programming, anything could happen. Does that matter at this stage? Shouted Arthur. Though your dreams be tossed and blown, sang Eddie. Arthur scrambled up to one of the excitingly chunky pieces of molding contouring where the curve of the wall met the ceiling. Walk on with hope in your heart. Does anyone know why Arthur can't turn on this improbability drive? Shouted Trillian. And you'll never walk alone. Impact minus 5 seconds. It's been great knowing you guys. God bless. You'll never walk alone. I said Trillian. Does anyone know? Next thing that happened was a mind-mangling explosion of light. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. Dun dun dun. You got a Beetlejuice and Eddie, 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 Eddie. Bitches be crazy. Bitches be crazy. And improbability drives be doing some crazy things. Chapter 18. And the next thing that happened after that was the Heart of Gold continued on its way, perfectly normal. Oh, my toes are popping. It feels good. Perfectly normal with a rather fetching, redesigned interior. It was somewhat larger and done out of delicate pastel shades of green and blue. In the center spiral staircase, leading nowhere in particular, stood a spray of ferns and yellow flowers, and next to it a stone sundial pedestal housed on the main terminal computer. Cunningly deployed lighting and mirrors created the illusion of standing in a conservatory overlooking a wide stretch of exquisitely manicured garden. Round the periphery of the conservatory area stood marble-topped tables on intricately beautiful wrought iron legs. As you gazed into the polished surface of the marble, vague forms of instruments became visible, and as you touched them, the instruments materialized instantly under your hands. Looked from the correct angles from the mirrors, they appeared to reflect the all-around required data readouts, although it was far from clear why they were reflected form. It was, in fact, sensationally beautiful. Relaxing in a wickerwork sun chair, Zaphod Beeblebrox said, "What the hell happened?" "Well, I was just saying," said Arthur, lounging by a small fish pool. "There's this improbability drive switch over there." He waved at where it had been. There was a potted plant there now. "But where are we?" said Ford, who was sitting on the spiral staircase, and a nicely chilled pan-galactic gargle blaster in his hand. "Exactly where we were, I think," said Trillian. It was all about the mirrors suddenly showed them an image of the blatant landscape of Magrathia, which stood scooted along beneath them. Zap had left out of his seat. "Then what happened to the missiles?" he said. A new and astounded image appeared in the mirrors. "They would appear," said Ford doubtfully, "to have turned into a bowl of petunias and a very surprised-looking whale." "An improbability factor," cut in Eddie, who hadn't changed a bit, "of 8,767,128 to 1 against." Zaphod stared at Arthur. "Did you think of that, Earthman?" he demanded. "Well," said Arthur, "all I did was... It's very good thinking, you know? Turn on the improbability drive for a second without first activating the proofing screens. Hey, kid, you just saved our lives, you know that?" "Oh," said Arthur. "Well, it was nothing, really." "Was it?" said Zaphod. "Oh, well, forget it then. Okay, computer, take us into land." But I said forget it. Another thing that had gotten forgotten fast was the fact that against all probability, a sperm whale has suddenly been called to existence several miles above in the surface of an alien planet. Poor whale. And since this was not a naturally occurring tenable position for a whale, this poor innocent creature had very little time to come to terms with its identity as a whale, being before it had come to terms with it not being a whale anymore. There's a complete record of its thought from the moment it began its life until the moment it ended it. "Ah, what's happening?" it thought. "Excuse me, who am I? Hello? Why am I here? What's my purpose in life? What do you mean by who am I? Calm down, get a grip now. Oh, this is an interesting sensation. What is it?" And sort of yawning, tingling sensation in my, well, I suppose I better fight. To be a hell of a lot of it. Hey, what's this thing? Let's call it a tail. Yeah,
Tail. Hey, I can really thrash about pretty good, can't I? Wow. Wow. It feels really great. Doesn't seem to achieve very much, but I'll probably find out what it's for later on. Now I've built up any going picture of things yet? No. Never mind. Hey, this is really exciting. So much to find out about. So much to look forward to. I'm quite dizzy with anticipation. Or is it the wind? There's really a lot of that now, isn't there? And hey, wow, what's this thing coming towards me? Very fast. Very, very, very fast. So big and flat and round. It needs a wide-sounding name like ow, ound, round, ground. That's it. That's a good name. Ground. I wonder if it will be friends with me. And then suddenly, after a wet thud, the silence. Curiously enough, the only thing that went through the mind of the bowl of petunias as it fell was, oh no, not again. Most people have speculated that they know exactly why the bowl of petunias had thought that we would know a lot more about the nature of the universe than we do now. We can finish this one. It's a shorty. It's one page. Chapter 19. Are we taking the robot with us? Said Ford, after looking with distaste at Marvin, who was standing in an awkward hunched posture in a corner under a small palm tree. Sapphic glanced away from the mirror screens, which presented a panoramic view that he blighted landscape, on which the heart of gold was now landed. Oh, the paranoid android, he said. Yeah, we'll take him. But what are you supposed to do with a manically depressed robot? You think you've got problems, said Marvin, as he was addressing a new occupied coffin. What are you supposed to do if you are a manically depressed robot? No, don't bother to answer that. I'm 50,000 times more intelligent than you, and even I don't know the answer. It gives me a headache just trying to think down to your level. Damn. Robot got burns. Damn. She can't get her way. She just tries to torment you from her phone. So block them. Why entertain nonsense? That's just stupid. It's a waste of time. Value your time more. The block button is your friend. Trillian burst in through the door from her cabin. My white mice have escaped, she said. An expression of deep worry and concern failed to cross either of Zaphid's faces. Nuts to your white mice. Mean, he said. Trillian glared an upset glare at him and disappeared again. It is possible that her remark would have commanded greater attention, had it been generally realized that the human beings were only the third most intelligent life form on the planet Earth, instead of, as was generally thought by most independent observers, the second. Good afternoon, boys. The voice was oddly familiar, but very different. It had a matriarchal twang. It announced itself to the crew as they arrived at the airlock hatchway that would let them out on the planet's surface. They looked at each other in puzzlement. It's the computer, explained Zaphid. I discovered it had an emergency backup personality that I thought might work out better. Now this is going to be your first day on a strange new planet, continued Eddie's new voice. So I want you all wrapped up snug and warm, and no playing with any naughty bug-eyed monsters. Zaphid tapped impatiently on the hatch. I'm sorry, he said. I think we might be better off with the slide rule. Right, snapped the computer. Who said that? Will you open up the hatch exit, please, computer? Said Zaphid, trying not to get angry. Not until whoever owns up. Who said that? Urged the computer, stamping a few synapses closed. Oh God, muttered Ford, slumped against a bulkhead. He started to count to 10. He was desperately worried that one day sentient life forms would forget how to do this. Only by counting could humans demonstrate their independence of computers. It's becoming more and more true every day. God. Come on, said Eddie sternly. Computer, began Zaphid. I'm waiting, interrupted Eddie. I can wait all day if necessary. Computer, said Zaphid again, who had been trying to think of some subtle piece of reasoning to put the computer down with, and had decided not to bother competing with it while on its own ground. If you don't open the exit hatch this moment, I shall zap you straight off your major databanks and reprogram you with a very large axe. Got that? Eddie, shocked, paused and considered this. Ford carried on counting quietly. This is about the most aggressive thing you can do to a computer, the equivalent of going up to a human being and saying, blood, 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 blood. Finally, Eddie said quietly, I can see this relationship as something we're all going to have to work at. And the hatchway opened. An icy wind ripped into them, and they hugged themselves warmly and stepped down the ramp onto the bearing dust of Magravia. It all ends in here's, I know it, shouted Eddie after them, closed the hatchway again. A few minutes later, he opened and closed the hatchway again in response to a command that caught him entirely by surprise. And that is all for tonight. We shall resume tomorrow's. No, I can't say that because then I jinx myself. We will resume next stream. That's why I say I'll see you guys next stream instead of I'll see you tomorrow. Because if I say tomorrow, like specific days, I swear to God, I jinx myself. I don't think it's a jinx. I think my life is just kind of hectic. And you have to be willing to play ball with the idiosyncrasies of existence. But it feels like a jinx. And then I feel like a liar. And I don't like that. Let's get Gigi's food together. And then we'll go up and say nights. I cannot believe tonight. I have to look at the clip you clipped, Cybertronics. Thank you again so much for that. I still can't believe we won with a nade round. Only I could do that in Counter-Strike. Only Doom. Only Doom. We agree on that deeply. To believe in the notion of it's still today if we haven't slept yet. Tomorrow doesn't, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, but it's still the 19th. Until I wake up tomorrow and it decides to be the 20th. Hopefully, won't get a wake up call from Father TV again. But I cannot wait to tell him. Can't wait to try to show him. I'm proud. And I seriously bet 10 cents that he'll download the game again and start playing again. My dad hasn't video gamed in years, probably not since I lived at home. It's like a lot of years ago. We used to love watching my dad play video games, though. That was like one of our either like things outdoors, like working outside or camping or fishing or just being out in nature, or like roller skating, riding bikes, like doing activities. And video games are the two things that we most bonded on and spent the most time doing. Those are all very special to me. But I used to love watching him play video games. It was like watching a live action movie. It was cool. They would scare me sometimes. Then I'd have nightmares occasionally and I'd have to sleep on the floor in his room. But yeah. Whatever boss in, not boss, but like bigger bad guys in one of the Dooms that did a ticker sound, like it sounded like a watch, terrified me. And there was a clock in the living room that would tick, and you could hear it from my bedroom, but not his. And I distinctly remember a couple of nights where I had to sleep in there because I kept thinking, like as a very naive child, like, oh, the monster's in the house, he's gonna get me. He's gonna get me. Video games seem right up the aisle for a retired feller. Oh heck yeah. He was retired so many times too. He retired like 12 times before he actually retired. So he had like gap years in between retirements where he would hardcore game. It was funny. Now he's very happy to be retired. It only took him 12 times to accept it, right? I love you, Gigi. You're gonna do good tonight, girlfriend. I love you very much. Oops, that's my water. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, girlfriend. It's the first time in a while that Charlie hasn't been waiting for us directly out the door. I gotta trash this upstairs, otherwise my guys will go crazy in it. And then we'll say hi to Mr. Tank. Or I'll join you guys with Mr. Tank.
Clearly, he's having some big feelings. He's having the big feelings. Mr. Tank, you gonna bop over there? I don't know where you're going, bud. Nope. I know. I left it open. Sorry. Mer, mer. Sweet guy. The very sweet boy. Boppa, absolutely. Absolutely not. You're a crazy girl. Hello, Mr. Tank. Hello, Mr. Tank. Hello, hello, hello. Need to vacuum in here. He's scratching his scratch pad everywhere. Mr. King Tank. My royal biba. No butts. No free butts. No free butts. Oh, you're such a cute little man. You're such a cute little man. I never thought he would be this sweet. Why is he so sweet? Why is he so sweet? I mean, he wants snacks, so yes, but he's such a good boy. So gentle. So gentle. Thank you, boy. He's so happy. He has like a little ring, like a collar ring from wearing his cone for so long. I feel so bad. But it'll grow back in. I don't think it'll be like a permanent ring like Charlie has because her collar was too tight. He's such a handsome guy. His eye boogers really aren't that bad right now. I thought they would get worse with it being dry. Like in the house. But they're not bad. Not bad. He's such a handsome dude. Tank, you are the best man. You are the best man. He's not abused. Doesn't mind being picked up, but it's not his favorite. It's not his favorite. Excuse me. That's a very good point. It's easy to be sweet when you got a fluffy furnished room with the Monty Python waiting in the wings, the snack maven delivering you treats. Yeah, Tank lives like a fancy hotel heiress life. He gets room service. It's all the on-demand channels. A ready-made snack bar all the time, full of fresh goodies. I want to be like Tank in my next life. I want someone to dote on me like that. He's like, just give me a snack fish. Doesn't know if it's time to beg or time to itch his ear. You can itch your ear. You can do it. Oh, you gotta itch your leg. Okay. It's like a little kid that like has to pee and is crossing their legs, but like really wants to wait in line for the cookie. And man. I will add you to the list. Tank is so cute. I love him so much. I love him so much. Where is your snackos? I think we. Oh, you just ran into my knee. Are you okay? That was solid. He clunk dunked. Ow! Okay. I'm sorry I ran into you. He's like an attack dog. I love it. He rarely means business about it anymore, though, which is good. It's just like the act of, with zero effort behind it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run into your head. But you got a big head and I got hard knees. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Snackos. Snackos. Here you go, yummies. Yummies. Yummy, yummies. I'm gonna swap his ice while I'm thinking about it too. Mr. Hungry Man. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. A good boy, Master Tank. Tanky, tanky, bank. You ate that so fast. Good little snack man. I love you, Mr. Tank. My favorite butt. I'll give you more smooches before night. I love you. I love your butt. I'm my favorite butt. You're my favorite butt. I love him. Welcome, C9. Hope you're having a good night so far. Little tanky butt. Tanky butt. Tanky butt. Where'd he go? Oh. He moved on to the next round of food. Okay. I love that for you, buddy. I do. My sweet Mr. Magoo. Mr. Tankaroni Brew. Geez, your light is off. Yes. I love you, my little wildlings. My little wildlings. I feel like Charlie would be screaming at us by now. I really think they like the new setup. It was a good idea. It was a good learning. I mean, she's begging, but she's not screaming. Just a tiny screech. Meh. 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 Oh, she's being so pathetic. Okay. Dinner. 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 Door hinges need some WD-40. That's a man's job. That's not for me. That's man's work. I'm just a girl. Bring me my geriatric Hank Hill to fix it for me. That propane money. Sugar daddy. Swap us back over. There we go. Is it really that easy? I need to stop. I'm being a jerk. Spam. Spam ban. Gotta lay down the hammer. fucking hire streamers. We give you accounts and you gamble to bring in customers. Also known as scam against TOS. Wrong. No. Incorrect. Give you accounts to gamble and bring customers. We're only gonna take 95% of your earnings. We're only going to give you absolutely trashable accounts that you have no control over. Here, we're looking for streamers to take advantage of. Let me rephrase that for you. We're looking for streamers to take advantage of and completely fuck in the ass. Are you interested? Sure, sign me up. Just kidding. Anything to do with my butt is requestable on OF or Fansly only. Sorry. But technically not sorry. Plug these in. It is time for bed. Boy has dragged his bowl all over as I drink more coffee. That was not smart. We're going to set that aside. No more coffee allowed. Not allowed. I want to see this clip. I don't know if I want to see who I was, but I want to see this clip. I want to see the clip. Only needs. Join my only needs. Oh, I have the site muted. As you open the homepage and everyone's screaming at you.
It's like someone just launched a fucking rocket under their ass. It's hilarious.
Wait, no, wrong browser. Wrong window. Wrong window. Shh. What's not muted somewhere?
What's not muted somewhere?
Pardon the echo.
Pardon the echo.
I fucking fuck. There. Shut up. Not here for you.
It's like someone just.
Pause.
It's like
There.
It's like someone just launched a fucking rocket under their ass.
One more time.
It's hilarious.
This layout is horrible. What am I doing?
Horrible.
I don't want all of the sideways things.
It's like someone just launched a fucking rocket under their ass.
There. That's better.
It's hilarious. Makes me laugh. In my head, because I don't think I actually LOL'd.
Why do you guys watch me?
Back, throw. No, don't fucking kill me.
I wouldn't watch this.
Nades. Shit. Is that a 2-for-1? If we can do this,
I remember this.
will cry in shock.
Every moment.
There's no way this will work.
Every drop of sweat.
Unless there is a way this will work, but like, really?
I still can't believe this worked.
I think this is the longest standing survival so far.
I think it also helped that the grenades were closer in the rotation to the soul cube than anything else that I was using. Efficacy, yes, but I think it was also a mode of convenience.
39 grenades left.
Just gotta fan the pits. Where is my fan? I have not needed it since the computer has not been overheating. But where did it escape it to? Excuse me. I don't know. That's a good question. I wonder. Where did it go? There it is. Just gotta... have that ready and at the willing. I look way more calm than how I feel, but shout out to like a fifth of my head getting cut off by how I have everything set up.
I mean, I'm burning myself a little bit with the nades, but nothing like bad in comparison to like dying every 2 seconds before. Did he turn around?
This worked.
I think so. Oh god.
That was the pivotal moment that helped everything as well.
I got rockety. Oh shit. Now it's not.
Changing direction threw me off,
Oh no.
but we had a good direct soul cube hit.
I'm just running and throwing. A bitch is running and throwing. Running and throwing. Running and throwing. And grab that shit. Throw. Oh my god, really?
I still can't believe it.
Really? Now we're going the other way, and I don't really like that, but...
I have like pure terror on my face. You can see the fear in my eyes.
That did not work with all
Oh.
grenades.
Volume. I'm about to scream.
No fucking way. I feel jilted.
Why was my first instinct to get mad?
I try so hard. I'm not good, but I try. I enjoy the trying. I enjoy the learning. I enjoy the strategizing. I enjoy figuring it all out. I enjoy
Why do you guys
being
watch
the
me?
best that I
Why?
can be at being the worst that I am. And we did that with grenades! Just fucking around!
I was taken aback. Literally. That's why I scooted away on the chair. Does this freeze? Or am I just like that for... Oh, that's the end of the clip. Thank you. That is like the perfect grab. And scene. That was beautiful. Thank yous. Thank yous. Thank yous very much. I still can't believe that happened. That's wild, man. That's wild. It worked, though. That's my new strategy for anything difficult. Except it won't work with the flying winged creature in Eternal. I don't think, because she needs the meat hook. Not my left hook. But I need to take advantage of grenades more often. There's some efficacy there. Like a true Shakespearean actor. It's all of my theater skills all boiled down to tonight. It's what I was made for. It's what I was born for. It's what I was created for. What I was put on this earth for is to murk a final boss with grenades and then react in a Shakespearean fashion. Although I'm sure Shakespeare would have had much more fancy than crass words than I. But that's a personal choice. Like my camera being crooked. That's a personal choice. Alright, Club Cult. Now it is time to eep and dream that something so amazing can't ever happen again. That's just not my peak in the world. I'm kind of scared now. It was theater for the common folk. We did a whole section on Shakespeare. One of my literature classes. And how, like, often his characters would be, like, gender swapped, so the boys would play girls and the girls would play boys, and it would all be carried out in kind of like a guerrilla fashion. Like, everyone would just show up at, like, a public place, and then there would be a performance. It was really cool. Ever played Wordle? Wordle is not for me. It is not for me. I hope you get some good sleeps and some good eats tonight, too. And we'll get some good snugs. I'm gonna check on PB and probably lay in with her tonight. The boys won't be the happiest with me, but they'll forgive me. I slept in with them tonight, or this morning, so. Until Father TV called, your grandpappy. But that's okay, we forgive him. Nothing has woke me up so fast in a very long time. Oh my goodness. Oh no! I have both my music and... How long was that going? I think probably a while. Oops. I had my mic and the music going through. My bad. I don't know if that was... audibly scuffy or not. But oopsies, I fixed it now. But now just good night time. Thank you all for a wonderful night. Thank you for your moral support, your time, your chats, your company, and your support. Most of all, thank you for your time. Your time is very valuable. And whether I see you Bebs for 2 seconds, 2 minutes, 2 hours, or I don't see you again for 2 years, when our times collide, it is beautiful, magical, amazing, and incredible. I'm oh so grateful. Thank you for being used. Your time is very valuable. Thank you for yours. If you guys want to keep up with me offline, hop into the Disky Boo. Otherwise, we got the fun stuff, socials, some more fun stuff, scheduled for when I will see you Bebs next. And thank you all for being a part of the Stream the Dreams project. It means the world to me, and I appreciate you, wonderful humans. Thank you all for a wonderful night, and do not forget that you are wonderful, you are amazing, you are incredible, you are spectacular, you are oh so kind, oh so gorgeous, and oh so marvelous. All of the good things in the world. Take all of those compliments and put them in your back pocket, your side pocket, your cute little cutie pocket, even your shirt pocket. They're floating in suspended animation, wherever they need to go. What was that, like, air guitar move? Got music on the brain. Chair went too far. Wherever they need to go. Till I see you next, you sweet bubbos. Get some good eats tonight. Some good eats. Make some good choices. Squeak, squeak. Don't do anything I or Voya wouldn't do, but Voya makes money choices, so use your own discretion on that one. But I shall see you Bebs again soon. Thank you again for a marvelous evening. And get some good eeps until we reconvene, my Club Coltians of the world. Tomorrow is, I guess, now Torture Night is back in Roto, so let's fucking go on some Doom. What 3 is cubed? What would 4 be? Doom to the 4th power? Doom that will put forth to empower me. However that all goes together. We're gonna fucking go. Good night, Club Cult. Thank you for being used. Thank you, thank you, thank you.